who's interested in a country could come together here, talk to the authors, and this was very well accepted. From this idea, we developed the marketplace of regions subject, and as far as I could see, we had a vivid discussion at the different 4 places which were established, and we would like to present you the results this morning. For that, those of you, one individual person was prepared being involved in this. I would like to start this morning with the most global view on the ISTMA. I would like to ask Professor Micheal Nelles to present the results. Thank you so much. Good morning from my side. So we used the round at the coming together to get some fresh ideas. The vice president of ISTRA, I was talking to him to listen to his ideas, what he's expecting of Germany, what he wishes. And there were some points which were quite equal with the contents of the last video conference and the outcoming of the video conference of the 28th October. We had a virtual meeting with the ISTRA Germany group, and we could collect ideas what we should be responsible for as national members. For those of you who were not here yesterday, it was mentioned that together RETech and the AV from 2022, the national membership at the International Solid Waste Association was going to be taken over. And this is the world largest organization dealing with circular economy. It's very well networked in many countries, especially as far as this national membership is concerned, the EU and the UN organization, United Nations. Does it make sense? And we have been preparing this for 2 years. And we have been cooperating since 2019. We are golden members, and we made the application in summer to interact as national member. And we initiated it on the 3rd of October. It was in Athens. It was concluded unanimously that we start working, and we get the support of the business offices for supplementing activities, and that we have additional capacities, human resources capacities at the University of Rostock. I found some funds to establish a place at the university with Mrs. Lalibur from Rostock University, and we will present her later. And Rostock is going to be supported, and we are building up a homepage currently. It will be published on 1st January next year. We don't want to put too much work into it, so we are talking about special activities here. And it's very important that the ISRA working groups and the individual bodies should be supported here. We are very well interlaced, and in the working groups working together with different groups here. So on the 28th of October we could use this in order to point out our German perspectives, interests, position them, and this can be done with a lot of long-term studies which have a limited impact, so we wanted to draw up specific position papers in the individual working groups in order to distribute them through the ISRA channels. And we also had the idea, and this was also discussed yesterday in Munich, the presence that there will be a conference in the normal framework, in the normal context with RETech, BAIB, together with the ISRA, networking it specifically. It's very well organized because we have all our exhibition booths in one hall. So at this exhibition, so we will get back to you later. And there will be individual proposals, what we are going to do later on. I just want to mention one point. ISRA has established itself completely new, and also the business office changed from Vienna to Rotterdam. And a new activity here is that you are coping much more with individual regions. It has existed before, the so-called regional chapters or the groups, and there was nothing for Europe. And against this background, something was initiated here. So the regional group Europe should be used for this into the direction of the EU, talking about the subjects of circular economy, bringing them in correspondingly. So one format is the round table concerning different domains and aspects. Armin Vogel is going in November. He's going to organize another event on the 20th of November where we're talking about separate collection systems, standardization, what Armin Vogel was talking about yesterday, so that we can get a step further here. And Thomas Obermeier, he declared himself prepared to prepare the link for this European group, because he is not only at the DHLB but also at the RETech as an address, as a contact available, and everybody who wants to participate is welcome. So we are structured in a way that we can develop further. The ideas have been gained and compiled, and yesterday was together with the ISRA. It was compared and adapted, and you can see that what we want to bring in and what the ISRA wants us to do, that it's a good fit, that's a good match. We only need to have to do it. I'm very much looking forward to the cooperation. If you have any ideas spontaneously and you say, okay, we should really take part in this working group, Israel, Germany, just start. It's up to you. Feel free. The microphones are here for you. So we are recording this on YouTube, so you should be in the picture, and if the microphones are changing the sides for the technology part, it's a little bit difficult which microphone needs to be controlled. So just leave the micro as it is and just speak into the microphone. Everybody needs to think about it, and in the coffee break you may address me. We changed the format spontaneously because we said it does not make sense to discuss globally about the entire circular economy. And Mr. Angossen was yesterday, he was here and he was talking a half an hour in this hour and investigate certain aspects. So more and more people were participating here with new ideas. What I found very good, and we all had it on the monitor. There's nothing new, but if there is something new, just register yourself. Dr. Yayalipo is also appeared. Annie, can you just stand up that we can see you? Because she is the contact for University Rostock in our working group for Israel, Germany, and Melanie. And she's there. Everybody knows her. She's supporting the RETech project. The DGAB is also included in the office work. Thank you. I think this was a good statement and a good example that this idea of marketplace forum will be further developed and new discussions can be started. This was exactly the point behind it, to bring interested people together. And just for the order, going to the marketplace of the region of Africa as an example of Ethiopia. Markus Nenert, who is also involved in the project and who has also presented, he can probably tell us what is new about new information, what can be compiled here. Yes, thank you very much. Also, good morning from my side. So we talked a lot about Ethiopia, so I tried to keep myself short here today. So we were talking about the concept of the marketplaces and designed it a little bit differently from different perspectives with other partners and different partners. And we had these 4 guideline questions. towards which we are on and which biogenic wastes exist in Ethiopia which are relevant. We could listen to a lot of information, agricultural waste, industrial waste, and aquatic biomass, which are a problem, which significant experiences there are. So we are at different pilot projects. Also the quite thin data situation which exists, infrastructural problems, and what is quite new in this context, what we have not discussed, sick water in informal settlements as well. So special challenges which we face to take up society, motivate people by education and training, building up participate approaches here. And what is important, the qualification of authorities. It does not help really if the population knows how to separate the waste and how to treat the waste if the authorities cannot really accompany this project, and how it looks for the implementation of laws. And also a disturbing situation was a big point. There were solution approaches about small solutions, small composting plants, biogas plants, just as an example from India, household clusters which are being structured with 20 households just coping with the household waste, certificates, fee systems, incentive systems. So we were discussing in all directions here. And we could not really find the final solutions, but it was a nice exchange we had yesterday. So are there any direct questions concerning this, or comments or remarks? Thank you. Before we go to the next subject, Southeast Europe, I would like to take up what Marcus Lehnert said. The systematics which we built up for the discussion at the lender tables, at the country tables. You can see it on these posters. You can see such a grid, such a structure, which you should observe. And you see that there are 5 fields which are mentioned. Technology, it's at second place, and financing, I think this is the most crucial point, and it's very much in the focus, but also due to the many discussions and experiences in the circle of the RETech members, it is also important to talk about the framework subjects, politics and society, which are often decisively responsible if certain technological developments, technological transfer can lead to success. And last not least, the market is a key, takes a key importance. So these terms appeared yesterday, RETech in its working circle, household, waste, and also in cooperation with the working circle, emerging countries. Many years ago, it comes from the beginning, if you want, from the beginning, from the starting point, the so-called 5-stage model, which was developed, which serves before you enter a country. You should see what is the status quo of the country, where is the standing as far as waste economy is concerned, an unstructured landfilling or a circular economy, waste economy. How are the political framework conditions, how are the social framework conditions, and how is the market? And if you focus this, you know at which points you need to start activities together in order to have an adequate result and to get to the objective, export of know-how and technologies. And finally, the RETech sector in Germany to anchor here, to go on with projects. It was quite an interesting discussion, and we built it up in orientation of this 5-stage model, and that's why this structure on the marketplaces, on the posters can be seen. And no matter how the results are, and regardless of the discussion, I would like to add that these 4 posters were photographed, and we will make them available as well, so that you can remember them and take it as an occasion to address our members, our office, our business office. If you see any points of connection here, I would like to get to the third part, Marketplace Southeast Europe. Mrs. Hemmeling is here, or do I see it wrong? Mr. Keck is going to present the result. Hello from my side. Before I try to describe what we have experienced yesterday in the working group, first of all, um, obviously we are the only group who has found a reply for all the different subjects, so we will win the prize for today. And secondly, we are the only one who made photographs, so I did not learn it by heart. I need to read again and refer to my memories somehow. So the first question which I asked myself yesterday in the discussion is, are there any differences concerning the individual points in the individual regions? On these individual charts, Ethiopia or Southeast Europe or Latin America, is there something different compared to Germany? So essential points, I think we agree, the experiences in these individual regions. The experiences seem to be similar. And I would like to start, I don't want to read it out all, but the basic tendency here is that in all experiences, policy, technology, financing, market, and society, that there are depictable mm, recurrent problems which we have. For example, the existing legislation in Southeast Europe is the legislation is in preparation stage or implementation stage, but there is a lack, of course, of the authorities who implement these legal standards. And the harmonization of the existing legislation in the individual regions, like Southeast Europe, and also the legislation of the EU. So this gets very close to the discussions which we had with the ministries. For example, that implemented financial means from the EU can be pursued, can be monitored. So we initiate monitoring about how funds, financial funds, are used in the individual regions, how these funds are applied as far as technologies are concerned. And in essential areas it exists, but it's not properly implemented. And the challenge here is that the colleagues in the regions, we need to explain them that it does not make sense. In the first stages, we have the 5-stage model, and in the first stages, we don't have high-tech technology plants. We have low-tech systems here, and we try to develop the market as far as waste economy is concerned, and to have the operators going through learning processes in order to be able to operate these plants. So financing is a very big domain, and we have talked about this. German exports for municipalities, if they cannot be secured. And as a rule, only the investments will be supported, and this makes sense from my point of view. But also in combination with the monitoring, it can be taken care of that the operation, the business of a finance plant can exist itself. It can operate. It can be viable by fees, by contributions, and so on. So we have determined that basically the society in the region is facing has a very positive trend, or develops a positive trend with regard to waste management and yesterday in two of the presentations it was pointed out in China and in Russia that development, the education of adults at primary school or even in the kindergarten, the education of society to a waste or circular waste management or economy needs to be started at a very early stage. We coordinated that we will do this together for the part of the market. So we also different that we need to define it, what is market, and we decided to talk about a product, compost, energy, for example, and we determined that there isn't a market in Southeast Europe, neither for compost nor in the classical energy field. But of course, this is our wish, and we would like to encourage the stakeholders in the countries who also have this wish. So there's no market existing, but we would like to build such a market, and we would like to propose that end of waste is going to be introduced, the status of end of waste for bio-waste. Thank you. And I would like to ask into the round if there are any requests, any remarks. So let's go to the last marketplace of the regions, Latin America, on an example of Colombia. Sven Schaller yesterday, he really took over the function of an interpreter, and I'm still impressed. He is going to present the result of this marketplace discussion. Well, good morning from my side as well. Please, I don't want to go to this speaker's point, so I would like to stand in front of the poster and give you some overview from our compositions here, summarizing our essential aspects. As far as methodology is concerned, we did go through the case studies in Bogota. We had feedback, how does it look in other countries in Latin America. We had a feedback concerning Peru, Lima, and also Buenos Aires. So first of all, the situation in Bogota. These are supplements concerning the presentation of yesterday. In Bogota, there are 2.4 million households which per day have 6,600 tons of waste produced. 50% of this are organic waste. And what is interesting about this, or special feature about this, that in Bogota, the situation, most of this organics is not arising from the households, but in greenery and garden residues. So due to the situation that Bogota is very green, there is no winter season, so the biomass is growing all year long, and this is the biggest part, this greenery and garden part. And this also has consequences for the collection systems. As far as the urban government, what they started, the separation collection, at a very low level, and currently they are thinking that per week, or they are realizing per week, 60 tons are separately collected. If we calculate that, 3,300 tons per day times 7, 23,000 tons per week. So we see there's a discrepancy between the 60 tons and 23,000 tons, which is quite enormous. I emphasize it because the target of the city government is very ambitious. Until 2024, 300 tons per day should be legally stipulated, should be collected according to legal framework, and it's the aim until 2027 to increase this amount to 1,000 tons per day. So as far as regulatory and political part is concerned, a lot of pressure is put on the system due to the city administration, which is green. They determined that the landfill in Bogota should come to a standstill until 2022, and that's why so much pressure is put on the system. And first of all, we had a look what exists, and it's the plant which I described in the presentation yesterday and interpreted. There's a biogas plant with 1.7 megawatt, and using the landfill system, which is separate from what we need to do in the future, and the accomplishment of the quota there are 3 steps which have been considered. The first step is 6 composting systems which should be erected, and the second step, where we as DVZ together with GZ are supporting the establishment of a concept for the 1,000 tons utilization of organics per day. And the third measure, it was also asked yesterday, it's a solution about insects and proteins of the waste amount to be able to master it. This was just a nutshell case in Bogota and in the following discussion, which was very vivid, so that we needed to break it down a little bit in order to continue with our meeting. The cases in Peru and Buenos Aires, we discussed them. In Peru and Lima, the situation is very different. We are at the starting point here. Basically, everything is mixed up. On the landfilling sites, there are no considerations for fees. How can it be financed? Trucks are just crossing the site, and sometimes the things are incinerated. I experienced that myself, and in the case of Buenos Aires, there are regulations. Also, the city administration is actively involved in this, and they started using via plastic separation to establish a system in order to generate profits for the entire system and financing the entire system. This was an interesting case, and there were the questions, how can it work? It does not work in Germany, but the workforce and the informal sector in Buenos Aires seems to be so economic that it's viable, that it's feasible economically, and the plastic segregation could be implemented. And in our feedback round, we experienced that in Bogota there are similar developments. We could see the experiences and examples yesterday, 500 meters of plastic residues which were constituted. So also here the city administration tries to separate plastics, generating profits in order to operate the system until 2027 and making it ecological and economical. So this was just going through it very quickly, our marketplace for Colombia and also Latin America. I'm very much interested in any questions. Thank you very much. I have the feeling that the marketplace situation everywhere leads to vivid discussions, and this is good, because if you are not observing our strict plan, the guidelines, it should be a guideline for discussion, and you can see that the scope for discussion is much broader than that was what was considered in the individual spheres and individual posters and cases. Are there any more questions? Switzerland, my name. Good morning from the Elvus GmbH. I have just one short question. You said something about financing in Buenos Aires. Does it concern the costs of the operation of the landfill, or is the collection included? Because basically, contracts are made for the landfill operation, so it's taken over without any costs by private companies, private enterprises, but the collection with higher costs keeps at the municipalities. I'm not very much in this in detail, but we were discussing these points that 8 to 9 euro per household are collected, and 80% go into the collection. 80% are financed for the collection. I'm surprised. I have a short remark in this context, which strongly is oriented to our social situation and waste situation in the developing countries. And this is the context between social influences of new projects and influencing the traditional and non-effective waste, how to survive. There are millions of people in our countries, and how to integrate this in our projects. This should be a relevant point, and much attention should be pay to it. It's a very important subject. It has been discussed in RETech for many years. How can the informal sector be integrated into the concepts which we provide? You can ask Stefan, get back to Stefan as the discussion leader, because the informal sector is clearly an important partner for the transformation. Just to supplement, this was the object of our second international conference, and on our homepage there are materials which are provided, and they can be seen. So we are in close cooperation with the program Business Code for Development, with the GEZ, the BMZ, because it plays an important role, especially in emerging countries, not only, but the informal sector. They also exist at places where you do not suspect it. So I would like to express my thanks to the 5 presenters. Thank you very much for these interesting insights. I would like to go to the next subject block, technical challenges and adapted solutions for successful recording and reutilization of biogenic waste. Micheal Ludden is going to take over moderation. Just let me say something. After the coffee break, the following subjects. Unfortunately, the colleagues from Brazil, they could not attend this meeting, so he had said he could not come, so we won't have this presentation, and the coffee break will be extended correspondingly so that you have the opportunity to exchange your ideas. Thank you. Good morning. I'm delighted that we can meet here this morning all together, and I have the task to talk about the first block of themes, the first block of subjects, 2 blocks systems in our podium discussion. And I would like to take over the host function in the first part. And if you think about yesterday and also in the discussions yesterday evening, it took some years and there was a long discussion that technology can only proceed if there are the legal stipulations and if there's progress of legal framework in the sense of the 5-stage project and model, if the society and the financing and the society is mobilized. So yesterday in the presentation from the EU, we could learn that the framework conditions which were created are very ambitious, and that the laws, the regulations, the directives which are adapted in the EU, also as far as biogenic waste is concerned, and also the technology is requested to offer good qualities and to generate high quality, and that we can really proceed high amounts. And these subjects are very important, and there are 2 options to doing it in an aerob together with oxygen to treat these waste residues, or anaerobe, which is fermentation. And in the first block today, we will talk about the aerobe treatment of waste. And here it's quite efficient if you have an expert who is able to do this, and together with Professor Dr. Micheal Nelles from the University of Rostock and the scientific head of the Department of Biomass Research Center, DFBZ, to have somebody here who is going to support us and present us reasonable concepts for the utilization of biogenic waste and giving us an introduction into the subject. At this place, it's this subject that we need the technology, but we also need the 5-stage model, payable technology. We need development in technological process from stage 1 to stage 5, sorry. And I'm looking forward to this, and I would like to prepare this and see which technologies are available and which steps are the right, which methods are the right. So I would like to request you, Micheal, to give us an overview.
Well, Thank you very much for this introduction. Let me get the pointer to click through my slides. Okay, I'm going to take about 20 minutes for my introduction to show you which possibilities we've got at hand. Let me first of all explain the role of the University of Rostock and the other research universities or institutions that are committed in the RETech. So we are, so to speak, the waste professors and professorships. So that means that we are training people and we're opening doors in the respective countries on waste treatment. So that is, these are the chairs or the university chairs that are represented in almost all of these RETech countries. And together with my colleague, we are contact partners for you if you wish to go to new countries, if you need preparatory works and are looking for contact partners on site. So in the next 19 minutes, I'm going to take you on a ride through the whole sector. I'm going to give you an introduction to the anaerobic technology, but first of all, let's start with some basics. Biomass is a limited resource and we can only use it once. So we have to ask ourselves what we'll do with it. Of course, first of all, we need to, well, uh, produce food for everyone, and then we're going through the different cascades, and everything that is left over, we'll see that ideally we can make energy or power out of the rest. So this is the schedule, so to say. We're talking about the decarbonization of our energy or power system all the time. Let me just tell you that we've got about 15% of renewable energies used in Germany, and 85% are still ahead of us. So bioenergy hopefully or should be connected to this renewable energy cycle. And the biggest issue or challenge is to, well, transfer or transition everything into bioenergy in our circularity. So that is the smart bioenergy concept, and we've got about 80% of the way ahead of us. Now, having a look at Germany and the biogenic waste and residues in our country, you'll see quite high figures. I hope you can see them. Let me explain these ones. 238 million ton theoretical biomass potential, which is dry mass. And then we've got 112 million tons of biomass, technical biomass, from agriculture. So that shows what we're dealing with in our circular work. And in agriculture and forestry, of course, a lot of things have to stay in these business sectors to make that ecologically sensible. So that leaves us with about 1,200 tons of dry mass that is left over. And that shows you that we still have enough or more than the other economic sectors. So there's a lot to do. When we're trying to transfer everything into energy, then we have about 1,000 petajoule. I refer to the current power use, that would be about 8 to 9%. So if we would like to save a bit more, then I'd say that 2050 we could come up to 15%, but we need that transition. So now, these are a bit older figures. I just want to explain the scale of what we're losing on our way until we're reaching or we're coming to the bio-waste deposit. So you see these different treatment phases, and there's a lot of biogenic waste that is being generated. Uh, so we are on rank 3 when it comes to emissions, and looking at different business sectors, we see that this is almost comparable with the transport sector. So this is a very important point to come up with globally reasonable solutions. This is why we are dealing with bio-waste and its potential. This is an older image or depiction. Yesterday you saw something more current or updated. So about 50% of the bio waste that are not put into the residual waste are being used. So we've made half away. Some European countries do not control this very well. And the same, unfortunately, also plays for us. This is the current depiction of our averages. About 39% of the residual waste are actually biological waste. People tend to throw it into the residual waste and it is being incinerated or burned. And, this is, of course, a lot of carbons, which is just, or this is what people argue. However, this is incorrect because, of course, bio waste is almost decarbonized. Now we have to optimize that, of course, what we've already started. Yesterday you heard or saw the latest images from Germany where there is still no organic waste trash. And of course, we have to improve when it comes to the collection of waste. These are the advantages of separate waste collection that I'm depicting. In general, I'm not going to go into detail. However, this is the detail or also the comparison or the difference to threshold countries. We've seen that in comparison to China yesterday, which also leads to these high methane emissions that we partially have tackled or controlled in Germany. We have a strong reduction of residual waste amounts. We also have a lot of water that we get rid of in order to be able to burn that residual waste, respectively, and then we are able to produce new products, so from the biogas system, for instance. A few words on biowaste treatments in Germany. These are the possibilities. So we're starting with composting, of course. Then we're also doing anaerobic digestion. Other things are not being done anymore. These have been crossed out. What is important, we also we have stopped direct landfilling a few years ago, so biogenic waste cannot be transported to landfills anymore. This is an important thing because the very narrow sector of after treatment is very well positioned in Germany right now. However, we could have done that 20 years ago. For instance, in 1986, when I started my studies of environmental technology in Berlin, I already noticed that there are a lot of concepts, but the most important, barrier or obstacle is the pre-treatment. However, we needed about 20 to 30 years more time to, get things done. As you can see, we've got 14.2 million tons of biodegradable waste. These are industrial, garden, park waste, and market waste. About 10 million tons are really biological waste and park waste, so it's about half, and this is being treated in our systems. This is a depiction of a reasonable, treatment structure. You see my source, it is from 2008. As you can see, it is not really updated, so we have to come up with a biologically more sensible solution. Garden waste, of course, it would make sense to separate all the wooden waste, to use it as biomass in the power plants. Other waste, especially organic waste, can be used for fermentation in biogas systems, or we may also compost them and we may extract biomethane from it. And, of course, electricity and power and heat that I already mentioned. These are the capacities that we have at hand. This is a graphic from 2018. So you see this is the biowaste in Germany, and you see we've got about a 50-50 percentage. Basic layout of a composting plant, as you can see. First of all, we deliver the waste, then we start with pre-treatment to get all the residues out or materials that might be disturbing. And there are a lot of possibilities to pre-treat the waste in an anaerobic way, but what is very important is the post-treatment. Ideally, the already dried or pre-dried compost is being post-treated here so that we can have a high quality product in the end that can be used in agriculture, for instance. These are figures from 2017. About 4 million tons of compost waste have been produced, and about 60% of them are redirected to the agricultural sector. And then we also have some additional uses. Now, these are the biogas plants in Germany. Please have a look at our biogas plant landscape that I've depicted on the map here. Usually these are agricultural plants that are based on agricultural residual waste and biogas. So these biowaste treatment plants that we use are about 200 or 300 plants or systems, but as you can see, they are spread all over the territory of Germany. We have different technologies that can be used here or are being used here. We have one-step or two-step procedures or processes that are technically implementable and have been implemented in the practical scope, especially when it comes to the sector of waste treatment, especially drying processes have made the raise, and 48% in agriculture are wet fermentation processes. Of course, it is important to get a product out of this whole process that can be sold. So as you can see right here, we have 3.4 million tons of digestate, and well, 97% come from agriculture and forestry. So that means that we need to ensure good quality levels. What the biggest challenge for our business sector are not necessarily the values where special problems arise. Actually, we've tackled these, metal issues, as you can see right here with the threshold values. So we can't lower them anymore because bio-waste respectively have these metals, and they are also they are also contained in all our food, unfortunately, so we can't avoid that. Microplastic is an issue as well. We already heard that yesterday, that China is intensely dealing with this issue. So agriculture righteously is very sensitive and very critical about what we are actually spreading over our fields and territories. So sometimes compost has been spread over the last years, and a lot of microplastic was found. So this is something that we will have to resolve. When it comes to mechanical biological treatment, MBT, in the developmental and threshold countries, we cannot expect everyone to come up with a separate waste treatment of biodegradable waste as we do it. So we need a technology that can be adapted to the needs of those countries. That would be a first step. So let me just remind you that we also needed decades to achieve our current level. So this would be the first step to get away from landfilling, which we have prohibited until 2005 in Germany. This is just a very simplified diagram of the basic options of MBC concepts. Left-hand side shows you the aerobic treatment and mechanical treatment as well, where everything is being separated, and especially the organic stuff is pre-treated as long as the landfill gas potential is minimized as much as possible. So until the things get to the landfill. And then, of course, everything has to be used energetically as far as this is possible. So this is also difficult, especially for concrete factories and so on. Then dry stabilization. First of all, we have to dry the waste material. About 15% of that material can be reused, and then we can pre-treat it and retreat it mechanically in order to get high quality products into the direction of the energy sector and other materials. If I also have extracted heat, we may use it, of course. There is a lot of heat that is not being used reasonably at the moment, so there are new versions of reusing it. These are three examples of three of our RETech members that are actually using these systems respectively as I have presented them. And also, well, solutions that are adapted to the respective territories where these companies are located. So it does make sense to establish such a high technology or high tech plant in Africa as we have it in Germany because we have to adapt it. Remondis composting. Well, I just prepared one slide on that process. This shall depict how Germany consequently combines composting and an AD plant. So you see, Remondis has established this plant in Erfstadt and invested a lot of money throughout the last years in order to produce all the products that you see listed here at a very high quality, and they have a capacity of about 183,000 tons annually that they can treat with an anaerobic technology in the system. Another RETech member is Teaching and Treatment Systems. Their CEO is here today as well. These are possibilities to treat or retreat different material streams in order to come up with usable, reusable materials based on fermentation. So that was my very quick ride through the treatment possibilities. Let me just emphasize that we in Germany still got a lot of homework to do. There were a lot of discussions going on whether Germany should do something about environmental protection and what the waste industry could actually do. And the argument was usually that we are actually responsible for 2% of the global emissions. And I always say, well, this is unfortunately the issue. You see, other sectors are the ones who make it better, even though they have more of these treatments. So we have to do better, and we are on a good way. This should not be reached in 2050, but earlier if possible. So we need a recycling economy that improves. And I have tried to write an editorial. So we need 100% renewable energy and a good recycling economy. These are very important pillars for our business sector. I hope that I was able to show you that biomass will play a crucial role on that path. And all the residual materials are important to take a step forward, but I think that a separated bio-waste collection is a crucial point as well. Having a look at mass streams also at the biogas plants, you see that the agriculture sometimes does not accept the materials quality that is being generated here. Germany has taken the first steps, I believe. However, we've got 70 to 80% of the way to go, so we should make a good contribution, and I think that RETech is at stake here, so we have to expand our international cooperations in order to improve, and I think that also universities will be happy to help you. That's it. 19 minutes are over. Thank you very much. Micheal, thank you very much for your presentation. We've seen that biomass is important, and what has been mentioned several times is the separate collection of bio-waste. Let me welcome Stephan Weissenbacher. He is the export manager of the business unit Waste Management and Recycling. He was in Cuba already, where we also exchanged experiences on the separate waste collection. Stefan, please tell us something about the adapted collection systems that you've seen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For all of you who don't know us at Shifa, I've heard that a lot of people are online. Therefore, let me introduce you to our company. We were established as a company in 1937 by Fritz Schäfer, and we have developed different systems, especially in the logistics sector. In the mid 70s, we started with container systems for the waste industry. So we had steel and also plastic containers, which we then revised and redeveloped. And in 2015, we added another department to our company, which is one of the most important ones from our perspective, which are digital solutions for the waste logistics. We currently have 11,500 employees worldwide. We're at 70 different subsidiaries, and we are represented all over the globe. When it comes to waste management or the waste industry, we have different container systems that we offer, as we heard yesterday and today. Separated waste collection is a very important point to ensure the respective qualities in the process and also later in the products that we derive from the biomasses or that we generate from the biomass. That means we've got systems, we've got plastic containers, we've got metal containers for individual collection, and also digital solutions at hand. Just a few buzzwords for you. Actually, in general, we've got two systems for collection. One is the bringing system and the collection system. The bringing systems mean that people bring their waste to composting systems, recycling plants, and in the collection system, as the actual wording already reveals, this is a collection system at home of the respective waste. One important thing is microplastic, so disturbing material in the compost. So-called biogenic or biologically degradable pre-sorting bags are available for households. This brings us or faces us with extreme issues because the recycling process of these plastic bags does not work that quickly as composting. Therefore, I was surprised how many municipalities and regions prohibit the use of these yellow plastic bags. One more point, sorry. The potential of 1 ton bio-waste, household bio-waste, are about 350 to 450 kilogram of compost, which will then be used as fertilizer or soil improver, or 110 cubic meters of biogas. The bullet points that I'm presenting here have been mentioned yesterday several times. What is interesting to me is actually the first statement, the first bullet point, namely that member states shall ensure, the European member states shall ensure by 31st September 2023 that there will be a bio-waste container at every household. That would be great, but in my opinion, that's unrealistic. I'm asking myself how this is going to work out. I am a lot in Romania at the moment, and having a look at the Romanian market or the Greek market or the Bulgarian market and just ignoring the other European member states, let me just tell you, these are gigantic amounts of biowaste containers that shall be installed, I'm asking myself how this shall work out. Our French friends are also starting to implement or introduce these containers until 2023. A few figures from Germany. Well, let's start like this. As we've seen yesterday, the bio-waste containers have not been installed everywhere, all over Germany. But if we had installed them everywhere, we would have 740,000 tons of CO2 savings per year. We've got two buzzwords in these times, which is COVID and CO2. As I've said repeatedly, CO2 reduction in the bio-waste sector is huge. We already heard that 39% of the residual waste in Germany is bio-waste, but one point actually shocked me, namely that more than 6 million inhabitants in Germany do not have a bio-waste container or a bio bin. That means that 4 million inhabitants have to bring the biowaste to composting plants, recycling centers, and so on. And one point, or one example that I found was that the Trier region in the west of Germany has a bring system. And on average, inhabitants have to travel 1.2 kilometers of distance to get rid of their bio-waste. So one quarter of bio-waste that is being produced in the Rhineland-Palatinate, so 82 kilogram per inhabitant is bio-waste per year. You see, so about 20 kilogram bio-waste of it per inhabitant per year in 2020 were lost. And actually, this is incredible that inhabitants have to transport their bio-waste. We're talking about 12 million kilometers on total per year that inhabitants have to travel just to get rid of bio-waste. This is unimaginable. A lot of you might know this so-called bio-waste bin. But what is decisive is how we're using this bio-waste bin. What is the after treatment process? Do we need drier bio-waste, or do we prefer to be even wetter? If it is very wet, we can ventilate it with different ventilation systems. We can extract humidity over 2 weeks, step by step. Or if we say, well, the wetter the better, then we'll just have a closed up container for bio-waste and that's it. We also do have above ground large scale container systems. The system was already mentioned yesterday. This is a phenomenon in Southeast Europe. This is not really applying for us in Germany, but this system depends on one thing. In the one family household sector, it isn't really that relevant. So there is a certain frequency. For instance, we know that containers are being emptied every 2 weeks. We also have a system that monitors when these containers are being emptied. But if we have blocks with 50 apartments or condominiums of 100 apartments, then we have to come up with a full system of fees, waste fees that are being paid by the households. So first of all, we need access control for the respective containers and fractions. And in addition, besides the access control, we need a volume monitoring. Volume monitoring in that case for bio-waste and residual waste is necessary because we really have to know how much a citizen has to pay if he or she separates their waste respectively. These are the different underground systems at hand. And one more thing that I've mentioned in the beginning is the digitized world. Digitization in waste management logistics. Armin Vogel tends to say that the waste collection vehicle always comes at a certain time to a certain place to empty a bin or a container. And we assume that in the future we're going to have a service on demand. That means that citizens have to communicate to the waste management provider when a container shall be emptied. Therefore, our containers bear a QR code, and so citizens can get in touch with the municipality's waste management operator. So the citizen may ask for the service of emptying the container, the pickup of the container, the cleaning of the container, whatever they want. Another important bullet point is the question how we collect the data and what we do with them. We just finished a pilot project in Romania where residual waste is being collected twice a week. And the blue container was for paper and cartonnage has been implemented, and the brown container for bio-waste. And then we monitored or observed the behavior of the citizens, especially for residual waste. And we noticed that more than 50% of the citizens only send their container once in 2 weeks for emptying. So, and at that point, after 2 weeks, most of the containers are only filled by 70%. With all of these data that we've collected and analyzed, or on the basis of these data, the city of Simbio decided that they're gonna start cleaning or emptying containers not once a week, but once in 2 weeks. And on the basis of this data, we wish to implement, well, better or efficient systems, more efficient systems on the long term. Now, the same we're also doing this in other countries. So, for instance, we've got containers with an access control, and we've noticed that there are citizens that have access cards that are personalized. So we know who is using which container, and we were able to pin down that some people are separating their waste very well, others very badly, and others more or less. So we can approach people individually, telling them, well, you know that we've got a separation system, right? So please try to adapt to it, and please try to follow the waste separation rules. This is how it looks like. So these are the containers that are positioned in the houses or front of the houses and blocks with the respective chip. Then the system collects the data, so which waste has been collected and when, etc. And then we collect the data where these wastes or that waste was transported to. Sometimes in Europe it happens that waste on its way to the treatment plant suddenly is lost. Tons are lost on the way. So everything is monitored here. We are collecting all of these data, and then we're transferring them or sharing them with the respective units. That means with the waste manager or the municipality. And based on these data, the invoicing or the billing is conducted. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm happy to answer your questions. Please don't hesitate to approach me at any time. Stefan, thank you very much for your presentation. We'll be happy to take your questions for this concerning this whole block of topics at the end of it. So after having dealt with the separate collection and after having understood that digital solutions are very important to understand which volumes we've collected, and we also understood that monitoring is important for a separate waste collection, now we'll hope for the implementation of these systems. So we want to have good separated waste with only few disturbing materials. And therefore, let me welcome Dr. Rolf Liebeneiner, the sales manager of biological waste treatment at Eggersmann Anlagenbau, and he's going to talk about the pre-treatment, processing, and fermentation of biogenic waste. Mr. Liebeneiner, the stage is yours. Mr. Ludden, thank you very much for this introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome from my side in Berlin. I'd like to present the point of view of the Eggersmann and Becken group on the pretreatment and digestion of organic waste. I'm going to report on the pretreatment and different projects that we've implemented, and especially when it comes to the biogas generation in developmental and threshold countries where we're using dry fermentation processes. Before I'll start, let me just introduce our company to you in 2 slides. The Eggersmann Group is a general contractor for recycling plants. We're offering the whole plant technology, so the mechanical treatment, biological treatment, scrapping, brand products, and so on. So we are the full liner in Germany in that sector. And abroad, we are actually generating 50% of our turnover, especially in non-European countries. So we are also an energy provider for the mechanical and biological treatment. So we're doing the whole waste treatment package. Besides the recycling plant establishment, we also do mechanical engineering or machine engineering. So we've got key machines that are stationary that we offer for waste treatment. And in addition to the machine and plant construction activities, we also have 5 composting plants in Germany, or biogas plants in Germany. And we are retreating 200,000 tons of biodegradable waste that we're turning into biogas. We started as a construction company we are a family managed company, and we have about 225 million euro of turnover. As I said, half of it is being generated outside of Europe. That brings me to the actual topic of my presentation, which is the pre-treatment of organic waste before going into the fermentation process. Professor Nelles already explained that. Namely, there are 3 different fermentation processes. So we've got the wet fermentation, which is use mechanical sorting, pulper, and so on. We've got semi-dry, and there's dry batch or garage or also boxing fermentation. That is represented a lot by me at the Eggersmann company. So having a look at these 3 technologies, there are a lot of successful references worldwide, but they differ when it comes to the treatment type of the material. Left-hand side shows you, of course, that we need a wet medium. That means a bio-waste, well, mash, so to say, or mixture. Then we have to remove the sediment, so we especially remove sand that is not being fermented. So we're trying to coming up with a suspension, which is some kind of food porridge or pulp that we create, and this is easy to ferment, and it also generates a lot of biogas. However, it leads also to a residual rest that is very liquid that I have to get rid of. So a lot of gas can be generated, but the pre-treatment and also the after-treatment of the material is very effort and work requiring. Because, of course, this porridge, this pulp, has to be uh, after treated in the end until it goes to a sewage plant in the end. Then the semi-dry technology that is very suitable for a lot of waste materials. The technology is not that effort requiring or that costly. So this is just a mechanical sorting. We're going about 60 millimeters into the AD and we're filtering with a filtering process step by step. However, this is a technically costly and also elaborate process because of the fermentation technology, and the gas that we extract is very high as well. But the suspension that we get in the end is not that liquid, but still very liquid. It's a material that should be composted, but before we compost it, we have to press it, first of all, in order to get that fermentable mass into a respective, well, form that we can then post-treat. Dry batch fermentation is something that we've implemented 60 times in international projects mainly. Well, we have bio waste that is hopefully collected separately, is sent to the plant, and we are cleaning it at the end of the composting process. When it comes to residual waste, we pre-treat it for the biodegradable fraction, and that's for 80 millimeters or less. It's very robust when it comes to the additional materials that could be disturbing. We're not pulping it, so it's a bit. Is a less costly and less elaborate. It's easy to compost in the end, so the residual stuff is easy to compost. It's not that liquid. We can therefore transport it with a wheel loader in the end. The dry batch process or dry batch fermentation that we're promoting at Eggersmann is a modular system. So we have garage fermenting systems that are connected in one plant. We have at least 4 garages that hopefully come up with a balanced out gas production. And this technology has been standardized by us throughout the last years, and it is exportable. So we have some kind of technical containers, or even 3 technical containers on the rooftop of these garages. So this is the modular rear wall that contains a large part of the mechanical components and is pre-assembled. So we have all sensors or flaps, all the measuring sensors and systems mounted, and these rear walls can be mounted everywhere in the plant, so in Mexico or abroad, and then it can be installed easily. This is the real wall skid in the plant. So we've got 2 modules per fermenter. We're assembling them on site. We test them, then we disassemble them again and send them to our customer's site. And then on site, we put it on the, well, as you can see, concrete fundament. Then we put it next to the fermenter, and then it receives a husk. So all the technology is on site. It has been pre-tested. Every single ventilator and air condition is working, and therefore we also save a lot of mounting and assembly time on site. The box fermentation is filled up, or the garage is filled with a wheel loader. So we fill that fermenter, or we also empty it. At plants of over 50,000 tons, we also have an automatic monitoring system. You see the material on the right-hand side is biodegradable waste or bio waste. So this is the material as we receive it, even if it is very mixed with other materials. For instance, we also find bicycles in this bio waste, especially in these developmental and threshold countries. They usually have very simple pre-treating systems. So we have one technology to use the biogas potential that comes from that waste. This is one of our smallest sites. This is the so-called mini systems. So 4 fermenters plus the gas container on top. We've got 4 of these systems that have been mounted on the market. We're working here with 5 to 10,000 tons of waste and dry fermentation processes, but usually 30 to 60 or 70,000 tons annually are being treated in such a larger plant of that type. Now, 2 examples that we're currently constructing. One is being mounted or assembled in Mexico, where we are providing such a plant for a private waste manager. You can see the waste on the left-hand side. Of course, this is residual waste as usual or as often seen, and it is being separated and recycled in a waste tumbler. And so what we're doing here is that the fraction, the organic fraction that is smaller than 80 millimeters, is half openly composted, let me put it this way. And this fraction shall be used now for biogas generation. In Mexico, there are a lot of local difficulties that we had to face. So there's a lot of deviation of the peso value. Of course, the customer did not make any guarantees or get any guarantees for inflation influences. So suddenly that project almost died, but then everything was regulated as the situation is in Mexico, and the project was saved again. But you have to have a lot of strength in order to maintain that project for quite some time. So we're now in the setup process, and this is in the organic fraction. So this is the input of the waste that goes into the biogas plant. So this is also a shredder that is being used to transport the rest of the waste. So this is the waste that is being fermented. So almost everything of the plant has been assembled, as you can see. What is missing is the gas container on top, or the gas storage on top. And of course, we have to come up with some kind of compost-like product in the end. Of course, not everything can be closed, so we cannot apply German standards here. But usually, what is the most important part, or that pays off in the end, is of course the power generation. So this is also the driver to build up such a plant, the power generation. So climate policy wise, this can still be optimized. Nevertheless, we can't be that critical. This is at least a first step for our customer who has not done anything before. Usually they had their waste transported to landfills without doing anything with it. So at least now they're using the organic part of that waste, and they're using it for this biogas plant. A second plant is being assembled in Santa Barbara in California. This is not a threshold country, of course, but having a look at their waste structure, you might think that it is. We've been working on that plant for about 12 years' time, so there are a lot of requirements in California when it comes to technical approvals. We are having 2 materials that are being treated here. One is household waste, and also separately collected bio waste. One specialty of our plant is that we can treat different wastes because we have separate fermenters, as you can see. So we have this bio-waste fermenter, for instance, as a separate one, and a residual waste fermenter on the other hand that treats that waste separately. In Europe, the demand for separately collected bio-waste is increasing, although we haven't started very much yet. It is very important to have such a fermenter that splits up bio-waste and residual waste. At the moment, we have less, but hopefully we're going to have less residual waste every single year in Germany. So we can start with biological waste and then the residual waste, and hopefully we can successively, step by step, somehow treat that residual waste in order to make it biodegradable. This is a great advantage thanks to our modular system. This is possible. As you can see, these are two different input substrates. So left-hand side is bio waste. This is how we're putting it into, this is the form in which we're putting it into the plant. Of course, it has some residual stuff in it, so we're not making a lot of gas from it, but we do not really know how many tons of bio waste are being really used in the end. What is also clear is the driver of the power generation or the power sale in the end. We've got 16 fermenters that are established in a row or mounted in a row here. We're using wheel loaders again to transport that bio waste, and as you know, California is a lot of subject to a lot of fires, wildfires, bushfires, etc. Luckily, there is not much forest around Santa Barbara. Nevertheless, unfortunately, some of the waste started burning. Our plant was not accessible for a few days, but luckily we were able to get it back into the grid. This is how it looks like. This is the biogas plant right here. Left-hand side shows you some free territory where we'll deposit residual bio-waste, so post-composting space, so to speak. And as in Mexico, we have to work on the pre-treatment technology to have a good output from the residual waste that can be sold again in the US market. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. I am happy to take your questions afterwards.
Thank you. And also thank you for the problems which there are in the project, because we have similar problems. It's good to compare. So after we were talking about processing and treatment of waste, we are talking about the final product. We want to compost as a result or compost similar materials. We are talking about residual waste. I would like David Wilken, the managing director of the Federal Quality Association, to give his presentation. He is not present at the moment, so we will have a movie here. A movie and or film, not a movie, a film, and I would like to play it now. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to our International RETech-Conference, Climate and Resources Protection due to a compatible, environmentally compatible utilization collection of biogenic waste. I am David Wilken, the Managing Director of BKA of the Quality Association Compost. I'm here by video, and I would like to talk about the legal and voluntary measures of the production of qualitative compost and fermentation products. So my presentation is structured as follows. I have some slides about the overview as far as quality guarantees concerned, the legal requirements about fertilizers, and then I talk about the requirements of our quality guarantees, and I will take a result at the end. So first of all, we would like to offer the Federal Quality Compost, and there are 576 plants which are organized and structured in final compost, fresh or substrate compost. And the second strongest are the fermentation products from a bio plant, apple fermentation plants with a solid and also a fluid fermentation product. Also plants of regrowing resources, energy plants, and manure can be certified. Also, slums and slugs from the water processing are composted as final or fresh compost, or direct slugs are secured, quality secured, and there's a qualification for ashes, for timber ashes, for plant ashes, and also for substrates from the processing of former food, which get into fermentation for further processing, and they are also secured as far as quality are concerned. So the legal standards for this are referring especially to the waste legislation, the veterinary right, and the waste right. Biogenic and biological waste is taken up by the circular economy law. So the frameworks directives of European at the European level with a 5-stage waste hierarchy, the avoidance of reutilization of substance recycling, the energetic utilization, and the avoidance. Since 2015 in Germany, there is an obligation for separation of biological waste. So the treatment of the waste in Germany is implemented by the biological waste utilization, so stabilizing the treatment like thermophile compost and composting, pasteurization, fermentation. There is a series of obligation for analysis as far as the contaminants are concerned, especially heavy metals, hygienic parameters like salmonelles, and physical parameters like impurities where plastics need to be mentioned. And there are limitations and also prohibitions for this. Limitations depending on the heavy metal content, how much compost is going to be used, and prohibitions, for example, for the green landscapes, for the suitability, independence of the materials which are used according to the Regulation 1. For the first production of biological waste, the area needs to be registered, and also soil inspections, soil analysis take place for heavy metal as far as these are not secured with regard to quality. And there are proof obligations with certifications so that it can be tracked at any time where a compost comes from which plant, from which biological waste. And in the fertilizer legislation, there is the fertilization law for the plants and to ensure the fertilization of the soil, and also to avoid dangers and risks for human beings. This is implemented by a series of regulations, especially fertilization regulations regulates the good technical practice, how many nutrients can be used in dependence on the requirement of the plant, soil reservoirs, and also the times in which utilization of fertilizations are relevant, so that there is not a contamination of the base of the water. The fertilization regulation regulates the quality features of the fertilizers depending on the substances of the materials which are used, and also the requirements of limit values, heavy metal values, organic substances, and so on. And when using fertilizers, they need to be labeled. All parameters need to be demonstrated. We offer this within the quality assurance of the products, and it's important that the user knows what the content is and to use them, to apply them correctly. So manure, if there are manures in the substances, the economic utilization regulation is also applied. From summer next year, the new EU fertilizer regulation is applying, where an end of organic fertilizers is defined, so that this is a product free within the EU. And this will be a big demand for this European CE labeled fertilizer products. When using co-products, the veterinary right at European level is applied. There is the available part in the EU, Regulation 1069/2009, and the material requirements 142/2011. There are requirements for the admission of such hygienic compatibility, pasteurization, the proper storage of the materials and products, documented fight against insects, and there is according to delivery note and also examinations of the fertilizers for salmonellas and Ecologically interrococ. So this is implemented according to the European veterinary law in the animal products regulation with the superior law. However, it requires adaptations, amendments at European level, which have not been implemented at national scale. Now I will get to the requirements of quality assurance. Anybody who has made an application for quality needs to go through a very sophisticated recognition procedure, and then he can label his products with this quality assurance label. So let's start with the trials, the analysis. The trials may only be specially cultivated by acknowledged specialist. This is protocoled, correspondingly is brought to the laboratory. The laboratory needs to be accredited, and the laboratory tries to analyze all parameters. So the results go directly to us, that we have a direct idea of the components of the products. And then it needs to be secured that the hygienical requirements, which I have depicted, pasteurization, thermophil composting, that they are implemented. And therefore there is an hygienic proof and also the plant is visited by a quality commissioner. There is a first inspection where the plant is scrutinized, and each 2 years this quality inspection is repeated to see if something changed. And if all requirements have been fulfilled, the documents are going to be sent to an internal commission for goods, for products. It's analyzed, it's checked, it's investigated, and it comes to the result that the plant is capable to carry this label, this quality label. Only from this point the plant may go into production, may be commissioned and labeled by this label. And after the recognition of this, they are going into a monitoring procedure where the plant is visited with the results. The results are controlled, and the results of the analysis, if there are any deficits, at any time the quality label can be withdrawn, so that only the plants are allowed to use the quality labels which fulfill all the requirements. Who is superior here? Who is determining the requirements? The legal standards, the producers, the manufacturers, the operation of the plant. This leads to quality standards. The technology leads to standards. The quality of the exit products, the processors. There are requirements coming from agreements like the water management, for example, or cultivation association, eco-agriculture. The consumers of the agriculture segment are trying to stipulate certain requirements, and the laboratory, of course, has certain requirements to quality. From all these different stakeholders, there is a product quality which is generated. We try to define and to depict by this quality label. So basically only fertilizers with this high quality are labeled with this quality label, and risks are estimated and as possible, if possible, avoided through the legislative or going beyond the legislation, the legislative analysis. We have a monitoring where we have more than 250 parameters which we examine if there are any risks. So the legal security needs to be given in our certificate. We show if the legal requirements, the bio regulation, the fertilizer, the EU eco standardization, all the standards going beyond the legislative situation, if there are any agreements between the industries in Water Zone 3, or the suitability in the eco-agriculture special agreement of the bioland, nature land. All this is documented and issued by the certification, and there are also advantages if I am in this quality process, if I can use advantages here together with the authority, having a high recognition that I am controlled. Regardlessly, there are the contents, the value of the fertilizer which are shown, and there are hints and advices how these substances can be used in the storage, and all these recommendations are made and also labeled by this quality label. So we have a supporting a quality policy where our requirements are always controlled and adapted, and like for example, we have the pure weight value, we have an area sum, an area amount, so that slides, foiled plastics do not reach the limit value as easily, so that we don't have a new criteria here, and they need be avoided even more stronger than it would be necessary by law. And the results, they would be exhibited here in these certifications, and these analysis certifications, so the member gets all the results. He gets these analyses being implemented annually. There is this document for agriculture, which I was talking about, and the farmer knows exactly which is the best fertilization for the product. So let's get to my result. The comprehensive requirements here for production, for the utilization of organic fertilizers, they need to be considered, they need to be realized. And as far as the RLL quality assurance is concerned, we can expect aid. We are not a pure supervision authority. We support our members as well. So of course we are a control and monitoring unit which observes the observance of all quality standards and regulations and securing them. Only then the quality label may be submitted and used. Just two advices from my personal view. We offer a quarterly information service, which is the H&K current information. You can register yourself without any costs, and you will get an email, and you will find further information on our homepage www.compost.de, and there's also an overview of all our connected producers and of the materials and products according to the code, to the cost, to the postal code, and you can be found at any time. And on the 25th and 26th November, there's our meeting, our general meeting. On the 25th November, our Humus Day, which will be interesting, with interesting events, with interesting presentations. And I would like to thank you for your attention. Okay, it's quite clear by this that the high quality compost which we also generate in Germany needs to be secured as far as quality is concerned, and that we have high quality compost and earth which we can provide. And so we are at the end of our 4 presentations, and there is still the questioning round which is missing, and I would like to ask your questions in this context. So just leave the micros as they are. Just your name and company. Jürgen from Corius Consultants. So yesterday we were talking about the question to which extent the biologic treatment of waste does not really have diffuse methane emissions. So Thomas Obermeier was talking about this. One question, are there any sound examinations about this, about targeted methane emissions from bio waste treatment? For the fermentation, it's quite clear. Biomethane is produced, but also for the composting. How's the situation there? Can you make any comment, Micheal, maybe? Okay, it would be good to know something, but we need some examinations here, and they are quite sophisticated and expensive. There is a regular federal-wide measurement program which has been completed, and we were working together with the DBZ with the different institutes, and there are some data available for the diffuse things. It's a little bit more difficult because they are not easy to record, they are not easy to comprehend. Martin Granatz in Stuttgart, he did some examinations or some thesis with the focus on this, but more the agricultural works and presentations. Further experts, of course, are here in the audience. Christina, maybe you can make some statements or tell us something about a new study. The data situation is not so extended here in Germany. It's a catastrophe, if you want. So what you can say regarding the subject, on the one hand, it's very nice, we are talking about this, to have a decentralized small plants for some situations here, but all I have seen, these are very diffuse methane producers and generators. So I like technically reasonable systems, because then I can use them in a reasonable and proper operation and avoid this situation. So this should be our demand for the systems, and also to establish them in emerging markets and in developing countries. You can streamline them to make the first steps, not being too small, not being too unprofessional, and then we have more damage for the climate than we want to have. Okay, you were addressing me. Just a short remark. I think it's the same. The small plants, I know them, and I all know the methane situation here. They produce a lot of methane. We have a study within a dissertation for the utilization of organic substances, residues, in the regional and small part sector. So here in the sub-Sahara of Africa, and we have concentrated on biocoal produced by these substances with a simple combustion procedure by taking away oxygen, so that we have an improvement of the soil and have a better situation for the nutrients. It's not an energy production, but it's a possibility to work reasonably with the organic waste here. So this is a part, small part perspective. It's in the middle of November. I would have one more supplement, especially for the fermentation. The fermentation is hermetically concluded, hermetically closed. Nothing will evade, will go out. And we made some analysis and tests at our plants where the main climate gases come from. This is the rotting system, the biofilter. If there is no extinguisher, we were talking about special gases here, and it's very important if you have a fermentation and you get to a regulated anaerobe situation. We have different techniques, intensive ventilation systems and rotting system from anaerobe to pilot switching. And I think you are right, you can work with an optimum plant here and you can have a win-win situation, and the entire balance here is negative, and you need to be aware of this, so switching from anaerobe to aerobe. Any more questions? Thank you. Anna Pick is from the German Institute for Development Policy. We are a research institute working with sustainable development, and my question goes to Mr. Weissenbacher. You said that there are relatively good and detailed data which you can collect as far as the waste separation of individual households are concerned, and so my eyes begin to beam, and I am been coping myself with the question, how can you move people, how can you motivate people to separate their waste and correctly dispose it? So we realize that's a black box, that we don't know exactly why the people separate their waste or don't do it. So I would like to ask you if you have ever tried to go into this black box, having a closer look, and also at the households with which you are dealing. So these households, addressing them in a more targeted way. So because I can imagine that if you write a letter to them, just be part of it, it's a little bit limited. The effect is a little bit limited here. Maybe you have some insights in this. Yes, it's an interesting question, and I think you can say that this pilot project has been completed 3 weeks ago. So we are at the moment collecting the data, analyzing them, and it's really fascinating what we can collect here. And then in a targeted way, we want to go to the families, to the origin, to the originators, if you want, and not blaming the people, discussing with them and so on. So we want to integrate them together with students, university environments, to evaluate the results, the reactions, and so on. And 5 years ago or 15 years ago, I was in Tehran, and in some regions they started to separate bio waste, not with identical systems, but with something else. They did something, they integrated a university, or they commissioned a university to go from door to door to explain the people in detail what needs to be done, how it needs to be done. And I was astonished, I was surprised how clear the separation was made at that time. You can see it again and again: communication, sensibilization, sensitive. These are the main important points, and you should really pay attention to this. And in order to get back to your question, to the black box, of course, you need to be careful, because the data protection is a big point here, and this is a subject today, it's exciting. So in Romania, for example, in some districts, as we saw it yesterday in the Chinese report, for example, these recycling stationaries, cameras are installed. So do it in Germany. I mean, what happens? Have fun. So this depends much on countries. And what I want to say with this, with the digital solution, I want to say the data, they give us many advices and many hints about the behavior, how we treat with them, what we do with them, if we address the people, how we address the people, if we do the media, take the media and say, yes, in these areas we have a good separation and in others not. We were thinking about this, to have competitions. Yes, competitions in different residential blocks, so that people compete with each other. We collected the data and we said you have 35% which you recycled and the others is only 20. So then there will be incentives, prices. You can do a lot with the data. Fine. Any more questions? If this is not the case, we are above schedules with 2 minutes and went through all the presentations. Thank you very much for listening in this first block, and have a nice coffee break. Also weiß ich auch, wenn ich 2 auf der anderen Fuß sitze. Ja, okay. Ich weiß es nämlich auch nicht. Aber vielleicht hast du ja, ich muss mal gucken, weil der Hi.
Ganz kurz mal.
Ja.
Wir haben ja da, das wird ja im Livestream reingeschickt. Und man hört das Mikrofon leider das Kaugummi-Kauen immer zwischendurch.
Echt?
Ja, ich wollte
Das
nur
gibt's
einmal.
doch gar nicht.
Ja, das ist ein bisschen blöd. Ich wollte nur einmal Bescheid sagen, damit
Ja,
Sie Bescheid
Mensch,
wissen.
ja. Alles klar.
Ich wollte nur Bescheid. Juti. Brauchen Sie sonst irgendwas oder haben Sie alles?
Ich habe dann rauchen Sie? Nein, ich habe alles.
Okay, perfekt. Na dann.
Danke. alles, ja. Was gibt's Neues in Berlin? Was gibt's Neues in Berlin, wollte ich wissen, abseits des Dolmetschens?
Ja, guck mal raus, ey. Also es wird nicht mehr hell seit einer Woche.
Ja, Gott, man kann ja auch im
aber
Dunkeln
sonst
schöne Dinge
eigentlich
tun.
alles
Also,
gut. So, irgendwie, ich finde es halt irgendwie total interessant.
Ich finde auch 30 Grad und Sonne schöner, ja.
Ist besser, ne? Also wir hauen ab. Am 24. November fliegen wir nach Kuba nach Hause
Macht
zu
ihr
meinem Mann.
richtig.
Ansonsten ist hier eigentlich überall Präsenzveranstaltungen im ganz großen Stil, obwohl wir übelst hohe Zahlen haben. Also ich
Alles
hoffe,
ein bisschen.
dass jetzt alle mal irgendwie merken, dass das irgendwie nicht ganz koscher ist, die ganze Nummer.
Also sozusagen ein Perpetuum mobile ist, ja. Weil,
es ist so krass einfach,
ja,
ja,
ja.
voll.
Und du hast viele Präsenzveranstaltungen, das ist ja erfreulich.
Die ganze Zeit.
Ja, wunderbar.
Ja, wunderbar. Wunderbar, aber es ist jetzt halt wirklich also ohne freie Tage, ne? Seit letzter Woche einfach bis.
Ja, aber hattest du das, war das jetzt die ganze letzte Zeit so oder ist das jetzt nur?
Nee,
Oder?
so Oktober war, also September war so 50-50, ne? Oktober war echt hardcore und November ist einer der krassesten November, die ich je erlebt habe. Aber also besser als letztes Jahr, wo wir
Super,
zu Hause
ich würde mich freuen, weil ich habe wirklich ja jetzt in den letzten Wochen weit gemacht, weil immer nur,
ja, ich
immer
hatte
nur
so ganz viel so
irgendwelche
Polnisch.
Homeoffice-Geschichten.
Guck mal, okay. Ich habe ganz viel Polnisch gemacht. Ne?
Langweilig.
Also war schön, aber also Justiz ganz viel, ehrlich gesagt. Die arbeiten jetzt alles ab.
Okay.
Da hat sich schon eine Richterin bei mir beschwert und sagt so, wissen Sie, ich habe solche Stapel vom letzten Lockdown liegen. Ne? Da hat sie halt eine Strafsache mit großen Verhandlungen. Und sie muss jetzt mal abarbeiten. Krass, ja, okay. Also wir verhandeln alles aus 20 jetzt. Ja, okay, gut.
Die armen Richter, alle überfordert, ne?
Das ist echt nicht so.
Ja.
Genau, einfach, ja, das ist es eigentlich so.
Ja.
Super lustig, ne? Also jetzt irgendwie so die Woche habe ich mir von meiner kleinen Cousine, die kam aus dem Kindergarten, irgendwie halt diesen Rotz geholt so. Und es interessiert aber auch keinen mehr, ne? Also so, du hast diesen Genesenschein oder hast einen Geimpfzettel und plötzlich ist es, letztes Jahr, da durftest du nicht mal dich räuspern, da haben sie dir schon so den Kragen der Schande aufgesetzt, ne? Also dieses Jahr ist es irgendwie...
Ja, jetzt geht das ja wieder los mit der Erkältungszeit und so, was ja relativ normal ist. Viele Menschen haben eine Grippe oder eine Erkältung. Und diese Hysterie hat sich so ein bisschen gelegt jetzt, ne? Ist nicht mehr so en vogue, sagen wir mal so.
Oh, ein Glück, ich finde das ja total angenehm, weil letztes Jahr war wirklich so hysterisch. Da hast du einmal so als Dolmetscher so und alle waren gleich so, weißt du, macht die Kabine nicht mehr auf. Genau, also eigentlich ganz okay. Ja, aber halt schon, wir werden echt viel Aktionchen so
Ja
am
gut,
Start.
ist besser als ohne Aktionchen. Ne?
Ja, also IAV ist und dann kommt, ich hoffe, du musst mal...
Und da du bist nicht dabei am 15., 16. Ich dachte irgendwie, ich hätte dich gelesen, aber...
Und dann gibt es noch irgendwas, da habe ich eine E-Mail bekommen vom Veranstalter, da bin ich auch nicht dabei, das ist 22. und 23.
Ich habe noch keine konkrete Meldung, weil da sollte, das ist toll, ja. Es sollte jetzt hier noch eine Veränderung geben und ich weiß halt jetzt nicht, wann das beginnt morgens und ich weiß auch
nicht... Hast
nicht...
du noch einen anderen Termin vorne dran?
Ich hätte jetzt noch einen anderen Termin machen können, aber der wäre parallel gewesen mit den Zeiten.
Das ist halt auch so das Ding. Da gibt es immer so 1-2 Wochen. Also im Oktober war das so, ne? 2 Wochen, wo man hätte irgendwie 10 Sachen machen können. So, oh, komm schon, ey.
Bei mir eigentlich nicht im Oktober. Also der Oktober war auch noch relativ ruhig. Jetzt im November ja, da ist ein bisschen mehr los, aber im Oktober der war eigentlich bei mir auch recht ruhig, muss ich sagen.
Nichts Konferenzmäßiges auch bei mir, aber halt so diese ganze Justiznummer.
Okay,
Und auch nichts Englisch, ne? Nichts Englisch, alles Polnisch.
Bist du beeidigt? Ja. Und dann auch im Polnisch? Ja. Oder? Na gut, ja. Dann machst du auch Polnisch-Englisch und solche Geschichten, so quer.
Aber das passiert ja nicht oft.
Okay. Also eher Polnisch-Deutsch.
Ich mache viel Polnisch-Deutsch, ne? Aber Englisch-Polnisch zweimal im Jahr, vielleicht kommt einer um die Ecke und will dann doch mal was internationales denken. Früher war das irgendwie mehr, glaube ich. Naja, auch okay, also bin jetzt nicht traurig drum. Ich glaube, das kommt aber auch deswegen, dass die nicht bei mir ankommen, diese Aufträge, weil die ganzen Polen natürlich mit ordentlich Dumpingpreisen, also ich hatte irgendwie eine Anfrage vom BMW, jetzt lass mich lügen, vor ein paar Wochen irgendwie, ne? Und dann sagte sie, was nehmen Sie denn Polnisch, Englisch? Habe ich diesen Tagessatz gesagt? Da sagt sie, nee, das ist ja viel zu viel. Die polnischen Kollegen, also die aus Polen kommen, die machen das für ein Viertel des Preises. Da kommt sie selbst mit Hotel und Flügen noch günstiger.
Oder wie machen die das?
Nee, das ist einfach, der Sorte ist so, ne? Also der 1:4, ne? Also ein Sorte sind andersrum. 1 Euro sind für Sorte.
Die nutzen Währungsschwankungen aus. Okay.
Krass, ey, weißt du?
Ja, wenn man das kann, warum sollte man das nicht tun, ne? Also und die...
aber Katja, ich meine, eine simultane Dolmetschung Deutsch, Englisch, Polnisch.
Ich meine, ich habe das zum Beispiel...
Ich habe das 50 Euro, das
ja, also ich habe das zum Beispiel in der Schweiz gemacht, das war ja nicht. Also wenn ich in der Schweiz viel Geld bekommen habe, also viel Geld für mich,
viel Geld für uns,
dann haben die Schweizerinnen gesagt, das ist ja nichts, wir verdienen mehr, aber wir haben ja auch eine unglaublich hohe Lebenshaltungskosten. Und wenn wir das nicht verdienen würden, würden wir hier nicht zurechtkommen. Und das stimmt auch. Ne?
Ja, ist richtig.
Aber die haben natürlich angefangen dann hier. Ne? Was willst du hier? Ne? Du aus Deutschland, wir hier. Und so ging das dann da. Und hier ist der Fight jetzt in die andere Richtung.
In die andere Richtung, total. Ja, voll krass. Also sollen sie es machen, ne? Ich finde es halb so wild. Okay, ich muss mal was erzählen, glaube ich. Aber also,
Ja,
sollen sie es
ja.
mal tun. Okay.
Also der Vortrag macht wenig oder
The presentation and the whole block of presentations does not really make sense if the presenters are not here yet. Let's give them 2 more minutes.
erstmal die ganzen Leute reinschicken. Rufen hilft nicht. Droh mal mit roher Gewalt. Genau, doch.
Hast du ein bisschen geschwänzt heute Morgen?
Ja, ich bin wieder. Nee, weißt du, was wieder der Hammer war? Zur Hauptfahrt am U-Bahnhof haben die mit dem Kompressor die Aufgänge
Stimmt das?
geklärt, und zwar beide.
Also dann hätte ich das hier nicht nur mit eingebaut.
Und zwar fort. Standen da, es stand alles voll, es war genäht.
Aber so schnell wird man hier befördert. Das hat ja echt.
Ja, das hat einen Charme.
Und du kamst nicht in den U-Bahnhof rein.
Ja, ja.
Dann musste und wir alle zum
Also ich würde dann anfangen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start if Mr. Winkelmann is present. I've seen him, though.
U-Bahn gegangen, die U2, dann kam sie. Fiel eine aus.
Ich habe Glück gehabt. Ich bin
Eine Richtung, dann kam er.
genau
Da ist er.
gerannt und dann hatte ich eine Minute auf dem Ticker. Also heute Morgen war ich wieder mal erstarrt vor Erstaunen. Und das ist ja auch so, dass du bist morgens müde, ne? Dann trottest du so, ne? Und plötzlich stehst du im Nebel und denkst so, Gott, was ist hier los? Und du guckst mal so hin. Und dann musst du dich völlig neu sortieren. Dann ja, genau. Und du kommst dann halt am
Weil
Anfang des Eingangs.
Dr. Luis Bla aus Brasilien. Also der erste Vortrag fällt aus. Soweit ich weiß nicht. Das ist eine interessante Frage, muss man gleich mal sehen. So, dann würde ich.
Right then, I'd like to start with our second specialist or professional talk of this morning. My name is Stefan Keck, ladies and gentlemen, and I have the honor to be the moderator of this second session. I am the CEO of an engineer's office in Schleswig-Holstein in the north of Germany, and I'm also a part of the board of managers of the RETech, and I'm going to moderate our blog on environmentally compatible use of biogas composts and residues with concrete examples from selected countries. Unfortunately, our colleague from Brazil was not able to visit us, and as he has changed his full schedule, he was not able to prepare a video message either. Is that correct? Yes. So we'll try to start with the first presentation, which is From Organic Waste to Fuel, presented by Mr. Winkelmann. Mr. Winkelmann has a CV that is very parallel to mine. It's just upside down. So I live and work in Schleswig-Holstein in Itzehoe, and Mr. Winkelmann was born in Neumünster. I was born in Goslar, whereas Mr. Winkelmann has studied in Goslar-Zellerfeld, the first part of his studies at least, which is machine engineering, and then he made a master in business administration in Würzburg and in Boston. That's what you wrote me. I'm just quoting you. And at the moment, he is working for the BSR in Berlin as the division manager for biological waste treatment. I'm looking forward to hearing your presentation. Right then, thank you very much for these pleasant words. I have prepared my presentation in English because I thought that I would be talking to an English-speaking audience, but it seems to be a German-speaking audience. Can I just start in English? You may wish for it in English.
So it's a pleasure for me to introduce you to our biogas concept here in Berlin. Achso, hier geht es weiter. This chart displays where the reduction potential for CO2 reduction is in our concept. You see two linked cycles, and the one cycle is the cycle of the bio-waste, of the biogenic material, and the second is the energetic cycle that we have. It starts with a bio-waste that is collected by our collecting trucks and then sent to a fermentation plant instead of to a composting plant. And we prepare, from the digestate, we prepare compost and liquid digestate. And then hand it over to gardening and landscaping companies or to farmers who use this material to grow crop and plants, and then after using it, it again turns to biowaste. This is the cycle of the organic matter, and then combined now is the energetic cycle, because receiving the biogas now, we can process it and feed it into the natural public gas grid. And we take it at 3 filling stations to fuel 160 lorries which collect the waste from the Berliners. So you see, we combined the two cycles. We were able to substitute diesel by biomethane, and also by recycling the compost and the liquid digestate, we can use them as fluid fertilizer. We also achieve CO2 reduction potential. Many people ask, for example, Brazilians, well, within 2 years we want to establish a separate collection system. I said, well, good luck. In Berlin, it took us about 5 years, 6 years to establish this collecting system for biowaste. It started in 1991 with scientific trials, just to make sure how will this collection system will be adopted by the Berliners, and what kind of material will be collected then? What kind of facility will be needed to treat this material? So then, a few years later, in 1996, we initially started in the inner part of the city, and then 4 years later, we extracted to the suburbs. So it took us 5 years about to connect about 84% of the households. In 2000, the material was handed over to compost sites. In 2007, the Berliner Stadtreinigungsbetriebe decided to build a biogas plant. And it took us 1 year of planning and placing a European-wide tender for the construction of this plant. And another year until we were able to allocate it to the EPC contractor. The permission procedure was also to build such a plant took also 1.5 years, and this can be longer. In many cases, it is much more longer. We were lucky. Here in Berlin had no lawsuits, so the official permission we received in 2011. The operational start was in March 2013, so just 1.5 years later, we were able to start operation. In 2018 then, the government of Berlin decided to change the law. Now it is an obligation for every household to have a bio-waste bin and to use it. So this also brought an impact. We now collect 40,000 tons more than before. I will show you later. Because of the rising amount of bio-waste that is collected in Berlin, we had to buy another biogas plant and a compost site from a private owner to handle this material. These are the fractions, the main fractions that we handle in our company. The green bars show the amount of bio-waste that is collected in the brown bins. So you see, 1996, as I mentioned, we started. It went up until 2001, and then it was fairly stable. Yeah? And now, since 2018, it again made a boost, the increase. Last year, we collected about 120,000 tons of bio-waste. The Berliners are not the world champions in collecting bio-waste for sure, but it was an increase. The blue parts of the bars are the fallen leaves from the town cleaning section. The violet parts display the tree and shrub brushing that are collected at the recycling depots. And the yellow parts show the Christmas trees. Every year, about 300,000 Christmas trees are collected from the streets of Berlin. And you see totally different fractions of organic waste. And now it's the question what to do with it. You can formally ask whether it is fermentable. Okay, organic waste from the households, from the brown bins, and leftovers from canteens are very good for fermentation, so place it into the fermentation plant. Some materials are not so good for the fermentation plant, or then you can divide into non-compostable or compostable. Also, again, the organic waste from the households, especially from the suburbs, is good for composting, also the fallen leaves and the tree and shrub brushings. The tree and shrub brushing you need as a structure material to improve the oxygen transport inside the piles of the rotting composting piles. So this goes into the composting plants, and the non-compostable Christmas trees and fallen leaves when they are very dry. Then you can think about incineration or a recycling path, especially for the wood. Producing methane or biogas is easy, every cow can do. Yeah, so it all starts with a substrate intake, mechanical processing, easy, and then you have got the digesters where different bacteria produce different acids, and last but not least, if you're lucky, methane and CO2 appears. The leftovers, the digestate, in our case we divide into a fluid and a solid fraction. You see the difference between the cow and our fermentation plant? One important difference. No milk. So once you have got the biogas, what to do with the biogas? In Germany, about 9,500 biogas plants operate with this combined heat and power unit. And they refinance this investment by the Renewable Energies Act. You get a constant fee for every kilowatt hour of current that you feed into the public electricity grid. If there's a combined heat and power unit somewhere already established and you want to build a biogas plant nearby, you can think about building your own gas grid. For example, in some villages, or if you have got a large factory for fruit or so, you can think about this microgas grid. Then you don't have to process the gas so intense, you just have to fulfill the demands of the gas engine of the power unit. If you have got a stable biogas production and a stable use of fuel, for example, then you can think about this third path with the biofuel. You build your own filling station, then you have to process the biogas up to the demands of the engines of the vehicles. But you need the demand and the production has to fit. Otherwise, you need very large storage capacity. And we here in Berlin, we took the fourth path. We fill in, as I mentioned before, our biogas into the public natural gas grid. Once inside the gas grid, you have a large variety of possibility to use it. So, as I mentioned before, we fuel our parts of our fleet, then we send it to connected combined heat and power units, and we can sell it. We can sell it to third parties. But you have a very high effort on processing the biogas. This is how it technically looks. It starts with a delivery hall where the lorries unload their material. In the preparation hall, we process the material, we screen it, we crush the overflow, we shred the overflow from the screen, and we withdraw ferrous metals. And then the preparated material is sent into the two digesters. It's a thermophilic continuous plug flow digester, and we operate it at a temperature level of 53 degrees. So this means the hygienization takes place into the digesters. It takes about 20 days for the material to pass through the digester. And then we suck the substrate from the digester and send it to the full flow drainage, where we separate into a fluid and a solid fraction. The fluid fraction we give to farmers. They themselves build tanks for us, where we keep the material until it is used in spring and in autumn. The solid fraction is sent into the aeration hall, where it is aerated. We do it first to stop the methane-building bacteria, so that we minimize the loss of methane into the atmosphere. Then we drive out the ammonia smell. It's very nasty. And the third thing is we reduce the humidity by about 2%, and this means we reduce the transport weight of the material. The air then, after this aeration process, smells nasty. There's just 25 ppm of ammonia inside the air, but you won't stand to stay inside there more than 10 minutes. So we need an acid scrubber and add also a biofilter, and last but not least emit via the chimney that you see in the far back. The tanks, the white tanks in the background, are not gas storage tanks. It is, these are tanks for fuel. So then, last but not least, you see in the far left part of the photo the gas treatment. It starts with a biological desulfurization unit, and then we have got 2,000 cubic meter biogas storage, but this just lasts for 3 hours. So we have it just to drive the amine washing section that is following afterwards fairly stable, because this section does not like when you switch with the volume, gas volume. The amine loves CO2 and desorb from the raw biogas, so we can increase the methane concentration from 56 up to 98% in average. And this means you fulfill almost the demands of a high caloric value gas. This biomethane, we call it, we send to the filling station of the GasNet operating company. There they check the caloric value and adjust it by means of propane. Then they odorize with mercaptanes and increase the pressure just up to 4 bar, and then it is sent into the grid. So this displays what I showed before, what I explained before. I will just switch over. Here are some figures. This plant that you saw on the picture manages a throughput of 75,000 tons of bio-waste per year. And we operate it with 16 employees. And we have got a limit value of 40,000 cubic meters per hour of exhaust air. So you can imagine that the concentration of gases are higher compared to composting site where you have 80 or 100,000 cubic meters of exhaust air. We produce about 100 cubic meter of raw biogas per ton of input into the digester. Expert told me that about 80, when you have less than 80 cubic meter per ton in average over the year, it is not advisable to build a biogas plant. So you should be above 80. But perhaps there are some other experts. So we have 104 cubic meter, and this leads to energy input into the natural gas grid of 33 million kilowatt hours per year. We are able to substitute 2.5 million liters of diesel per year, and this, as I mentioned before, fluid fertilizer, the sea sequestration improvement by compost, and the diesel substitution leads to a reduction potential of 13,800 tons of CO2 equivalents per year. What is the last two figures show that what you fill into a fermentation plant comes out. So if you have a furnace, then you reduce the amount of waste. If you operate a fermentation plant, as far as you know, you don't reduce the mass that you have to handle later on. Therefore, you need good concepts. If you want to operate fleets in large cities, for example, then it is advisable to buy filling stations that are very strong. Here, in our case, we bought 3 filling stations with an outlet pressure of 250 bar. Otherwise, it takes a lot of time to fuel a lorry, or if you do it in the public, in the first years, our lorries filled their tanks on public filling stations. But if 1 or 2 lorries came one after the other, for about 4 or 5 hours, no private vehicle was able to fuel gas, natural gas. So this is how these lorries look like. As I mentioned before, 160 trucks switched from diesel to biogas led to the fact that about 60% of the whole garbage from the Berliner households is collected without negative effect on the climate. Conclusion, this is my last chart. What it is important is a high level of contributing households to a collecting system. This reduces the cost immense. You all know the cost for the collection system of residual waste are very much lower than looking for the bio bins, for example, that are not so much in a town. Then, by switching from diesel to biogas, now we reached high ecological standards. In addition to the factor of the CO2, we also have the advantage these cars are a little bit less loud, and we reduce the PM10 particles that can enter the lung also. As I mentioned before, the recycling of the digestate also has a good influence on the nature. The problem is just the folia inside the compost. This is the thing that we have to cope with. The prices of this model I explained to you are going up. This recycling and using of digestate becomes more expensive almost every year because of changes in the legal framework. We have to have now, instead of 6 months, we have to build storage capacity for the fluid digestate for 9 months. So that means you have to build more tanks. These are costs. And also the timeline when you can bring out the material as a fertilizer is reduced. And also the number of crop or seeds where you can give it to is also reduced because of this discussion of the nitrogen in the soil. So this all makes this usage or this path very expensive. And what is essential for such a project is we have the access to the natural gas grid. In many countries, you don't have it. Yeah? You can't come into the natural gas grid. Here in Germany, by law, it is fixed. So, and in addition, we can use the gas net as a storage. And this also is a large advantage for the biogas. But also, political strategies for the transport sector are changing. Nowadays, you know it, the politicians are keen on electric drives or fuel cells, and this led, for example, Daimler to stop the production of CNG collecting trucks. We just bought as much as we were able to, to have for the next 10 years, we will have, yeah, you're laughing, but it's serious. We have enough trucks then, but every 5 years or every 10 years, we have to turn the cars, throw them away. No, no, we sell them. And what else? But this is linked to the legal framework in your country. We can make small extra money because we can sell a quota. In Europe, mineral oil companies which produce fuel have to have a content of 6% of renewable sources inside. And our fuel is 100% renewable, so we sell this quota on the market to mineral oil producing companies. So together for Berlin. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope it was interesting for you.
Mr. Winkelmann, thank you very much for your presentation. I found it very interesting. I don't have any questions, just some remarks. First of all, I followed your time frame from the idea to the realization. I've wrote 1.5 years for the approval stage. I think this is astonishing. This is not a lot for me. And for me personally, we made the experience that these approval procedures with 1.5 years are quite sporty for this, quite ambitious for these large systems. So you are in a situation where the approval procedures are even longer, and for these complex plants, maybe too long. So this would be a task for us all to limit it, to restrict these durations. And secondly, a biological waste plant, I knew that before, but you could explain me that very brilliantly. Thank you very much for that. I hope that it was not too trivial. No, it wasn't. On the contrary. So just, are there any questions to Mr. Winkelmann? Otherwise, I would transfer them to the end of this presentation block. So let's get to the second presentation. Mr. Loskarn. Mr. Loskarn is a chemical engineer, that's what I read, and he worked at the Fraunhofer Institute, was interacting the development of sustainable strategies for solid waste for the next 20 years in Kuwait, which I read, and since 2020 you're project engineer at the Euwelle Environmental Technology GmbH for the area mechanical, ecological waste treatment processing plants, and you will give a presentation of the NYT technology. And just a comment from my side, I had the pleasure in 2014-2015 to have a look at the plants in Ringsheim, which really astonished me, especially as far as the condition and the purifications conditions are concerned. It was quite impressive. And secondly, I have this German map, which Dr. Dube presented yesterday on the right top of the screen, with the depiction where everything is collected separately or not. So I identified that Ringsheim belongs to the white region, and I am very curious about your presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here and for the possibility to be able to give a presentation. Thank you for the introductory words. You took half from the introduction, which is good. So the purification, the cleanliness of the system. If you see this plant, we only have positive feedback because you can see the waste only at the beginning when the waste has arrived. Anything else is capsuled until the end, so it's very clean. And the example of the German map of yesterday from the Federal Ministry of Environment, I wanted to say something. This is the plant why there is no separate collection of waste in Emmendingen and in Ortenau district in the west of the Black Forest, for everybody who doesn't know. So This is the MYT technology, maximum yield technology. It's at that time in 2000, at the change of the millennium century, due to the waste landfill regulation, that no untreated waste should get to the landfills. And here we focus on production from highly qualified substitute fuels, just to give you some details about the products and to define them. So, as already said, I work for the Welle, which is on the right top of the page. It probably is not so popular in Germany. We are a subsidiary of the Chinese Welle Group, environmental group. And here in Germany, we have two affiliates, the EUREC, for the mechanical processing for shredders and sieves, and the NBio, concentrating or focusing on biogas production. And we have offices and affiliates in Thailand and in Vietnam, because we often expand to the market in Southeast Asia, and we look to the Southeast Asia because the waste in the next these years or centuries, decades, there is no clear separation in the households, and the technology will be applied here as well. So, as I said, this is the reason why in Emmendingen and in Altenau district there are no segregation or separation of organics. And this is the plant, which can beautifully be seen with the Black Forest in the background. And just for your rough understanding, to roughly explain how this works. We have a mechanical treatment of waste, of course, and at the beginning we get a mixed MSW, which is highly in the organics and also in the water content, and then it will be separate mechanically, where over-dimensioned sorting takes place for the electricity, big timbers or wood or papers which cannot be recycled. They will be sorted out. And then the recyclables are drawn out, like metals, for example, different plastics, and also with a manual system and sieving system. And this is the overgrain and the undergrain, which has a highly organic share, and it goes into a two-stage treatment, which is anaerobe. We have the hydrolysis and the methane production, which are separated in order to make it more efficient. And here there is a solid liquid segregation, where the liquid, the highly load liquid with organics, and the biogenic production, which is used for biogenic biogas production, and then the solid substances are pressed off and dried and processed to different qualities for substitute fuels. Here you see a short reference list. As I have already explained, the first plant in 2006 in Ringsheim. It was commissioned there with 100,000 annual tons. And a second was commissioned in France, and the last you can see here, as I have already said, the focus is on Southeast Asia and Asia, because here the waste characteristics and also the framework are suitable for these plants. And you see here in China especially, the focus is on the utilization of kitchen residues, kitchen wastes. You can adapt it to different material flows. So here it's a small chart which depicts the different production and process steps, how they are organized and arranged. On the left side, the substance flow from left to the right direction. On the top left, you have the retrieval, so you have the receipt of the waste. Here the waste is visible, you see it, and the people who are working are subject to the noise, and it's completely sucked. And then constantly the second process step the mechanical processing or where the recyclables and the valuables are drawn out. And then you have the first EBS production, power production, which is highly calorific and 80-90% plastic, so fossil-based RDF, we call them. Then you have the undergrain, and it goes into a multiple zone director. It's a prop fermentation system, and here the waste is washed. So the process water is given in per ton 1 cubic meter until 1.5 cubic meter, and within 2 to 3 days a hydrolysis is initiated, and the easily degradable organics are brought into the liquid, are transformed into the liquid phase, so that the wastewater and the press water is in the fermentation tanks. After the pressing process, you have a solid substance, about 40% humidity, and also sufficient organics for a biologic drying process. You need organics in order to produce the heat. And then in these biological boxes, it was realized, as I have already said, with input and output devices, highly technologized in Ringsum with high-tech technology. And after that, after approximately 9 days, 10 to 15% humidity content. And with this humidity content, it can be sieved and it can be separated, and it is very suitable for further treatment and processing with density separators, so that depending on which customers we have here in Ringsheim, we have a cement factory, a paper, a pulp factory, and a coal plant as purchasers, and they have different requirements to this substitute fuels, and you can really have an impact on this. And especially in the cement factory, we have the chloride content issue, and if you don't have a bypass for chlorum, the chlor values are a very critical factor in this. And if we reduce the chlor values, the chlorine values, we also have the leverages in order to exit chlorine by washing them out, because chlorine is in water soluble, and you can really use it for them. And also chlorine as a trend is in organics in the fine fraction, and these can also be separated and taken out of the EBS for a special chlorine segment. So here you have the technical flow diagram, and this is a more abstract diagram of the 5 process steps, which make it more easy to understand. You will also get the slides. There's also the link to our video. Currently we are in the lockdown. There was a digital site visit of 10 minutes, an inspection where you can do it with the equipment on the spot, and how the substance flows and in which quality they are produced. And here, as I have already said, our focus is on Southeast Asia and Africa, where there is no separated collection in certain countries or in certain regions for the last decades, which is not foreseeable for the next decades. And one of our next projects will be Indonesia. Here we have the biggest plant with 1,800 tons per day. And here we are producing electricity and natural EBS, and if possible also a soil improver for the different agricultural projects, and of course treated wastewater as a simple output current. But there's also in discussion if we have an EPR system, which we enter here as a utilizer, depending on the regulations and trends which are discussed currently in Glasgow, how it will go on for cement factories, for example, to calculate and to dimension correspondingly. This can also have impacts on the prices. So here we have the main partner, which is a salmon plant, a salmon factory. I'm not sure if you are aware of the coal price. It has increased from $60 to $150 per ton. So currently they are searching for economical alternatives, and also, of course, to do something for the environment as an energy carrier. And here we have, as a comparison, we have the RDF2, the EBS2 electricity, and it comes from the biological drying process. It's a relatively low for as far as the calorific value is concerned, but a high content of ash, because the minerals are still part of it in this analysis. And on the right side you see the cuts which you can have. The smaller the fraction, the lower is the smaller the cut, the lower is the calorific value, because there is a lot of minerals and organs in, and the higher the cut, the more plastics can be in it, and that's the reason why the calorific value is increasing. So here you have a small comparison of chlorine contents. Depending on, I mean, you know, this issue, you have been quite in the business for quite a long time. Depending on the publications or the trials here, you have 0.2 or above 2%, depending on the electricity where it comes from, either from the kitchen or from the garden landscape. You have a high stream, a high flow, so it's very difficult to concentrate or to reaffirm one value here. So 0.8 and 1.4, it's a medium, it's an average value. And normal biologic drying processes don't have an impact on the salt content, because they don't wash it out. Correspondingly, just the contrary, by the drying, water is taken out, chlorine is remaining. It's a concentration of the contents. Theoretically, it should be higher even. So we have an exit situation in Ringsheim in Germany in our first facility. We need we have an outflow. We don't need to install an outflow. We don't have any problems with our salmon purchases. We don't we use our phosphor with iron-3 chlorine. So chlorine is still in content with 1.6% in the EBS 2, because without the plastic fraction. And if you have PVC, which you take out, you have a diluting effect, so you will decrease the values. And here we are in the position to produce EBS for different combustion methods. There's not only one combustion, there are grate firing, or for the different positive with different positive and negative qualities and features and quality standards. And here it applies to the Western area, especially the chlorine content. There is a higher chlorine tolerance because chlorine bypasses have been integrated in the system. But in Southeast Asia, where in many factories no chlorine bypass has been installed, they are more sensitive about this. And here, to give you an overview on the example of Ringsheim, it makes it quite simple. You have 100,000 tons, and on the bottom also in tons, so corresponding to the percent data, the output data. So 36% of substance, substitute fuels as output, and for the energy balance, for the energy result, it's a diagram on the bottom. We have the percents as well. From as far as theory is concerned, the complete energy content, municipal or mixed in municipal waste, we have 70% as energy carriers in the RDF, and 17% is in the biogas. And the biogas is electrified on the spot in block heating systems, and the entire plant works independently. If we produce more power than we need, and the rest will be sold. So in Ringsheim, and also in Ringsheim we can also use the remote heat in the remote heat grid, which is also a great benefit for the city. And as a comparison for the costs for the citizens, which is also very essential, in Ringsheim and in the Ortenau district, as far as the status quo of 2 years ago is concerned, the third most economical fees in Baden-Württemberg, 40 euro as an average for a family, for a four-head family, for a family of 4 persons. So these are huge families. And as a summary, I would like to mention the maximum heat technology is just one solution, one description to be effective and to reduce the waste amounts effectively. In Ringsheim, we have 90 to 95% of masses, which is reduced, and you can see this on the landfills, on the landfill sites. What gets on the landfills are only the minerals. So due to this fact, yesterday and today we could listen to this, there is an avoidance of methane emission on different landfills and also a substitution of fossil fuels. So by this, and due to the fact that it is viable due to the energy which is feeding itself, it's also an ecologically and economically great variant of a mechanical biologic plant for waste. If you have any questions, I am available. Thank you. Thank you very much to Mr. Loskarn. So I have a small remark within this concept with Claudia Bunkenburg in 2010, I think it was. I was in Azerbaijan and we tried to use RES in the cement industry sector. Positive to emit it, to submit it, and we were hoping to get money for it, and they were happy about this because they wanted money to get their RDF, but this situation has sustainably changed. And if there are no questions anymore to Mr. Loskarn, I would like to go to our next presentation of this subject block, given by Dr. Florian Kölsch from Frankfurt. He was born, he's a construction engineer. He was at the university in Braunschweig with a habilitation and his thesis, dissertation, fiber content settlement waste at the institute in Braunschweig. Mr. Kölsch has been the managing director since 1999 of Dr. Kölsch Environmental Technical Unit in Goslar in Braunschweig, so it's closely connected, Braunschweig and Goslar. And they are working at the Leitweit Institute for Waste Economy, and the subject is the generation and production of compost in Tanzania. I'm very much looking forward to it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Before the lunch break, I would like to entice you to go with me together to Africa after we have been talking in this block about high-quality technological solutions. I would like to talk and go back to the basics. I would like to tell you something about 2 compost sites, 2 compost plants in which I played a role as a project leader in Salam. One is a very beautiful plant, the compost plant Magwepande, and the investor was Hamburg, which is the partner city of Dar es Salaam, co-financed by the BMZ, by funds, SKAV. These are municipal climate partnerships between partner cities in Germany and in foreign countries. And from the same funds financed was our compost plant in Moshi. The partner city here is the University City of Tübingen, and They have their own share and made their own contribution by the BMZ mostly. And just in short, to the basic conception of our projects. So in contrast to what we have listened today, I am a big advocate of clean, separate fractions and waste flows. So the basic idea in both cities was we wanted to have separate clean organics on the markets to collect them. And for this, we opened up our own container collection sites, and we transport from these sites to the compost plant. We market this with the target to have the amounts, to reduce the amounts for depositing. And the big plant in Dar es Salaam is an emission reduction project. It's certified correspondingly, 10,000 tons. And we aim at a maximum output of approximately 10,000 tons of CO2 equivalents per annum, which we would like to take to compensate the emissions for international flights in Hamburg. And the third target for these projects is through high quality products, we want to cover the costs. And I would like to show you our input material. These are images from the markets in Dar es Salaam. Dar es Salaam itself consists of individual municipalities. Kinondoni is one of them. Kinondoni has 1.5 million inhabitants, and the metro region Dar es Salaam has 5 to 6 million inhabitants. So comparatively, we have very good studies here. And on the right side, you see both markets, which are our main target. This is a reseller, a trader in Mandala. He makes 36 tons of organic waste per day. And we have a consumer market in Tegeta. You see the picture on the right side. On the bottom, 22 tons of waste are produced. You see the different composition here. On the big markets, you have purely organics. On the consumer markets, you have to do something to reduce and clean the fraction correspondingly. Here you see the concept which we built up. It sounds good. It's a container. It's a lot of awareness program you need to school to train the people. These are the sweepers being on the market, for example. And altogether, this is more simple than working together with. I'm working together with professionals here, so it's easier. Their professional development is to collect waste. So for the citizens, it's always a duty, but for them, it's their daily task. So it's quite easy to handle it in this case. And on the right side, on the left side, you see the entry control. You see it here. On the left photo, you see the entry control. Each sweeper who arrives at the container works with these baskets, and he is uncollecting these baskets and sorts it out, and sets sorting it. We have our second container, and on the right side you see the result. We reach 100% pure organic fraction. So you see it also in the background. We have a BGK certified trial in Witzenhausen. They are clearly analyzed, and how many square centimeters of foreign substances, impurities is in it. 0.5%. It's not our benchmark. We are below this, and according to human calculation, it's 100% organic. So this is our hard piece of composting. You can do something with this material, and it's even the case that I would like to do a short excursion here. People coming to us, addressing us, producers of black soja, free loaves, and they make some business proposals, and they say, you have this great collection of the market waste. Can you deliver them? And we say, no, we need it for our compost. We need it for our compost situation. They use it. I have everything in my outflow product and I want to remain my purely organic situation. We have different competitors, especially in Moshi. It's a Christian region in Tanzania, and farmers have pigs here, and these pigs take quite a good share of our organic substances, and they also achieve the market levels, achieve higher prices by giving organic substances as animal feed. So our pigs are quite choosy here. They don't take everything. A pig does not take a raw potato. So certain substances exist, like avocados, for example. We don't get. They get to the pigs. And this is a problem in Moshi. We also know this problem from Nairobi in Dar es Salaam. It looks a little bit better. We have more Muslim population. They don't have this situation like the people in Moshi. And before I will get to it, I would also like to talk about this maybe later. I would like to explain you the individual compost plants. Our big compost plant, which we erected together with the city of Hamburg, Mapepande, has a capacity of 50 tons per day. And this is a ventilated intensive rod. With certain revenues here, which is intensive rod area is 4,500 square meters. We have a subsequent rotting area, a very smart watering and irrigation process, and 8 months and 7-8 months where we have only a short or small precipitation and only a low level of water. More water sometimes than you can store, and we have some underground tanks because it's a problem in tropical areas, because when they are open you are cultivating mosquitoes in a big scale, and the approval authorities don't like this idea, of course, and also the residents have problems with this. So we did it underground. We have administrative buildings, we have compost changes, drums, wheel loaders. And the plant in 2021, in February, it was commissioned. It looks like this. We have the access road, which needed to be built. We see in the aerial picture, it's a drone record. You see, it's like a game, a simulated game plant, but next to it, you see the Bacchus realizer, a 13. The drone is quite high in the air here. This is a mighty plant, and you see here on the bottom you have this used Bacchus, and the company Eggersmann was here today. And as far as the services are concerned in Eastern Africa, probably they have some space for action here. Just to mention this, and we have a drum sieve. You see the ventilation ducts for the areas, the ventilation channels for our technical planners, the developers of Biodegma in Ludwigsburg. And this system is planned in such a way that it can be easily refurbished and restructured on a box system. We did this for security reasons, because we did not know if the composting approach would work, or do it later with the ABF in the plant as well. We have the adjoined cement factory to the Heidelberg cement factory, and they would like to join us to produce ADF, but currently we focus a little bit more on compost posting. And the smaller plant in Moshi has a capacity of 10 tons per day. This is an unventilated rod area of 2,000 square meters, watering and irrigation, and also compost hall, drum, road wheel, and it was composed in January 2020. This is the drone picture, and you see on the left side land filling area financed by the World Bank. On the right there is a disposal center, so we can act differently in Moshi than in Dar es Salaam. In Dar es Salaam we want to avoid to have residues, and definitely we don't want to work with mixed waste here in order not to spoil the plant. So in Moshi we are more flexible because the landfilling system is directly in the neighborhood. and I would like to say something about the problems and which effects it has. Just to see it from near, the drone is approaching. You see on the right side the rot area, and also Bacchus 30 is applied. And if you would take the other direction, not take the rot area, you have the Kilimanjaro with the white arrow. It is the most beautiful located compost site worldwide. This is for sure. And before I get to the costs, I would like to talk about our central problems. Originally, I didn't want to go into detail, but in the course of the last 2 days, it came out as a good subject. Our current problem is we have not enough organics. We don't have enough organic substances, especially the substances which we need for high quality products. We have 60–70% of organic share in the household waste, but to have it in a reasonable condition that we can use them adequately at costs so that for the final products we are still compatible is still a challenge. So there are 3 different approaches in these 2 places in Moshi, where the landfilling system is built up directly next to it. We want to start with an organic positive selection with the waste pickers on the area, which is the most shortest way. And if I can say if the organics come, so we can sort out the organic substances and they can get to the compost site directly. This costs money. The waste picker is does not work without money. We did this 10 years ago in China, for example. So it costs us €6 per ton. And the waste picker needs to take out the organics and does not have to select PET bottles or dry cardboard or paper, and you need to give him money. This is €6 per ton. This would be acceptable. We could live with it. And in Dar es Salaam, where we go another way, there are several markets where our containers are located. We consider it a satellite system, and the surrounding neighborhoods, we are planning community-based organizations, CBOs, and we want to motivate them to collect organic substances. They do it less comfortably in different districts of the city. They do the collection of the waste. They also collect the fees of the citizens, and we want that they collect pure organics and they submit them at our company with the same requirements as for our market people. And it's a great pleasure to work together with professionals here. And the 3rd column, and Heidelberg cement is very important here. The 3rd column concerns the better districts in Nairobi. We want to build up a separate collection on the basis of ton basis concept, and we want to educate the citizen. Everybody can look in its own biological ton. It's not so beautiful organized like in the containers on these markets. So Heidelberg cement took some money, also motivated by the higher coal price, and we tried to get some means by Marin Litter here, but the entire concept was probably not sexy enough, and Heidelberg Cement takes money itself, and we said if they want to collect ADF, the low-hanging fruits, paper, cardboard, plastics, and so on, it needs to be resorted again. And we could say, okay, we will make available a green ton or a wet ton or sacks and bags, and we need to have a stage where we pre-sort before we go into the plant. So going beyond this threshold, nothing will be there which is 100% clean. So this is our starting point for all considerations. Let's have a look at the operating costs. These are the operating costs in Dar es Salaam. We have a maximum input of 50 tons per day, 18,000 tons per year, 10,000 tons of high-quality compost. I would like to say something about quality assurance. Mr. from the BKD would take pleasure in our concepts. We have overall costs for the treatment of approximately €12 per ton. And in addition to this, if we have a full cost calculation for depreciations, for provisions, €7 per ton. For the disposal of residues, there are not so much, and for organical exceed material, if it is too rough, it's not the case. We have more a lack of structured material. So these are our costs. We are 22 euro per ton input. And what are our revenues? Theoretically, we will get a fee for that, but we could not implement this. It's €1.50 per ton, which the market does not have to pay. He should give it to us, but this is municipal matter, and the municipality is also the owner, so no money is flowing here. And we are depending on the pure compost sales, and you see the dimensions what we have to achieve: 22 euro per ton, 23 euro per ton, and with this we would have we would be at a 0 point with full costs. So my hope was that we have a black zero here for the operational costs as well, but here refer to the compost output. We have 12.70 € just only for depreciations. And currently we are achieving $60 per ton at the market. And I have already said we unfortunately don't have the amounts which we are not at our full capacity here. So if we enter the market with higher quantities, the market will get under pressure. So we still have some air to breathe here. So who is selling in our market? It's often the problem is if you produce compost, you always need it. The soils, they have a carbon problem, they have a water retaining problem. So it's not working on its own. Compost is not a self-automatically working process. So we have different target groups. Anybody of you who have never been in Africa is very impressive, where all your plants come from. On the left side, you see a clematis plantation. And if you have a closer look at this, you see these spots. And you see this business is so profitable that it's worthwhile from 6 to 7 o'clock in the evening to switch on the spots to accelerate the growth of the plants. So you see one chrysanthemum farm, 15-hectare cultivated green gas house situation plants, and they will be a compound in the cooling segment and brought to Kilimanjaro Airport, flown to the Netherlands with the KBM jet, and then the Dutch people are treating these plants. So this is one possibility, one option of dozens of Dutch farmers who are actively involved in the Kilimanjaro region. So this is a target customer. They are quite sensitive here as far as the sensitive situation of the plants is concerned. We also have local farmers, which are not our premium customers, but our providers. Of course, they want they want to make it social for them. They want to make it socially viable, and you see a farmer with a sack of compost getting at our plant, and we also have a low quality revenue scale, although at the beginning we were only producing low quality for park facilities and where you use these materials. So the main prerequisite, the main requirement for Dutch flower and plant cultivators, so they are moving on a European level, and they approached us and asked us, where are your laboratory results? And we said, this is NPK. This is something which go to Moshi, where I get the analysis from in Nairobi, for example. And he said, oh, NPK is one thing, but I am talking about plant compatibility and fungi. They are very sensitive. So in Witzenhausen at the humus and soil contour, we have this growing test with summer ore. And you see here we have a composition challenge. I would call it a challenge. We have high kalium contents here. We did not know for a long time where they come from. For kalium, we are at 4%, And we assume that experts assume that the kalium source, which we have here, comes from the banana cultivation. Bananas, they have strong kalium values, also coffee, and we don't have residues in the composting systems. So we assume this comes from the bananas, and you see this in the cultivation test with the summer barley. The right segment on the right, if you have 50% of our compost with 50% soil for gross and cultivation medium, or as cultivation substrate, you have clearly lower growth results. For 25%, there is no difference. You can completely use it. On the right side, enzylium, there is foreign seeds. We have good hydration. We don't have any seam or cultivation of after the materials are taken out of the rotting area. Everybody for whom it's important to do, who want to have such a project in Africa, different from Germany, is the transport. This kind of transport is a cheaper variant. In Germany, we have bulky goods, the huge amounts of composting in the transport. The African prefer sacks and bags because they can be stacked, and then there will be cable binders placed around. And this cannot be done with bulky materials. So we had these problems here, and at none of the locations we needed to have some retrofittings here. It's quite a central issue. Another subject is the certification. We have a lot of biological farmers, Europeans who do biological cultivation here, and the certification steps for them are quite high, also for us. If we want to, we have to do with European certification processes or other certification companies. It will not be easier by the fact that it's Africa. And I would like to get to the get, because somebody would probably give me a signal here. This is our short composition compared the right columns, the green waste compost, bio waste compost. These are average values from more than 1,000 plants and analyzes. It comes from the BGK, these values. And in the middle center, we have our compost. And we see total N1.44%, which is quite nice. We are in the bio-waste area. 1.13 phosphorus is clearly above that what we produce in Europe. Everybody's happy with this. But you see the problem with the potassium, 4.24. You see that we are researching here where does it come from. And this quality assurance processes, when I was talking or listened to the expert this morning, I thought to myself, okay, this is very interesting. And we have several construction sites. We need to train the laboratories. The predominant part of analytics comes from laboratory, which otherwise would cope with the quality of coffee, but not with plant competitiveness or plant availability. We don't know if these tests are locally specific, if they can be taken one-to-one from the German trials and tests. And as far as the salt content is concerned, our pH values are quite high. They are at 10, are in Germany even at 8.5. So quite basic. And we need to learn something about the compost. But we in Witzenhausen, the compost in Witzenhausen is absolutely distributable and compatible for the market in Germany. And this is another image of the plant in Dar es Salaam. And I hope that you could enjoy my presentation and you found it interesting. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kölsch, for this presentation. It surprised me a little bit because I'm very impressed by what you are telling, and especially how complicated it is to sell the compost in Africa. It's astonishing. I really find it difficult to ask something. I hope that it's different in the audience. Any questions referring to this presentation? Mr. Ludden? I've got one question. Micheal Nelles from Azubka, I've got a question to Mr. Winkelmann as far as the course of the year is concerned. You are collecting in Berlin. Are there any annual specific things which you need to consider apart from the Christmas trees? Or do you have a continuous gas revenue? I think it's a very good question. You know, the annual course of the biological waste. It's seasonally, the amounts are reduced in winter season and with the gross cycle, and then again they increase before Easter very clearly because the Berliners are cleaning their garden houses and they will get sand, straw, and then spring begins and we have a plateau of biogas amounts, and in October it will decline as soon as the trees are falling. The amount is quite high and the material has a different gas building, gas formation rate. So you can clearly say we have a clear plateau formation from April to October, maybe also November, and as far as quantities are concerned. However, the gas production, it's running relatively constantly. Due to the religious celebrations in the winter term, apparently more people are cooking and we have extremely high gas exploitation in January, for example, or in the winter months. And this compensates almost the reduction of amounts in the winter months. So our gas production is relatively constant, of course, with a maximum of quasi in these summer months. So it's quite predictable. So we have continuously a feeding, an in-feeding situation as far as our biogas plant is concerned. Are there any more questions? Does not seem to be the case. So I would like to have a question. I found your presentation so exciting, and I would like to ask you the $60 for the plant producers. The plant producers are paying $60. If you would like to achieve this in Germany, you need special substrates which are mixed with the soil. $60. How do you realize them? I would like to be interested in this. So the situation cannot be compared with Germany. I can remember very well when we did our feasibility study with our customer of the city of Hamburg. They said, okay, how much money? $32? Never. So for compost you get 10 euro per ton. And at this place you need to say that in Germany the compost is clearly given away under its value. And without being too without exaggerating, you put it on the fee certificate. It's a political problem, and you have a reliable background financing for it. And we get support of a German municipality, but we have a different target size. So basically, we don't have this strong expenditure as far as special substrates are concerned. We are competing. If you talk about the nutrient balance or the results, the easiest product, the most simple product from Maasai is manure in the stables, and here we are at 8 euro per ton. And I would say if you take the nutrient value, it's really difficult because it gets like dust from the floor. And if we have a look at, we are also competing with mineral fertilizers, which is subsidized in the country. We are not subsidized. So Tanzania cannot afford enough mineral fertilizers in order to cover the demand. So we have a different market situation, and we have a different obligation to be actively involved on this market. So in Germany, the compost plants, this is my personal attitude, they destroy their own business, because in Watenbüttel, this is my next, there's a green good composting systems. I can go there and I get a cubic meter of compost with for €5. They want to get rid of them. It's more value, I think, if I buy a soil at Hornbach for my flowers. You really get an idea how much is in it, in the material. And so the way of considering it, that we have astonishingly high revenues coming out of this, is wrong. We are wasting money in Germany. So are there any more questions? ECU Berlin. I am interested in how to clarify the prices for compost. To which extent it's in the project planning that the amount X can be realized. How safe was it before that? 10%. When we started with the concept and introduced it, everybody said you will never ever achieve this. And fortunately, together with the city of Hamburg, we had a highly cooperative and very supportive partner here on board. And I told you we are using gold standard certification, and we are using emission reduction, traveling reduction per ton of 23 euros are placed apart, put apart. Money was saved. We could spend this money, and money is always contributed, but the city of Hamburg does not want that we spend it, but this was the network with which we worked. So they said it's okay if you don't get these revenues, if you don't get these amounts from the climate compensation fund, we can compensate deficits. And there was no safe perspective which prices could be achieved on the market. There are a lot of studies with completely different results, but I would not rely on this. But I'm very happy that we have relatively high rates which we could achieve. Just one short question concerning the subject of selling CO2 certificates. So if the city of Hamburg claims it for himself, this amount of CO2, and at the same time a city in Africa would like to build a composting system or catch landfilling gas, and they also want to do it in their national development goals, in their framework, of course, and want to calculate it. Does it lead to a conflict that the standards, that it should only be calculated once? Does it often happen that there are conflicts, or that the location in Tanzania says, okay, we achieve also our local goals? You are describing a problem area of the currently discussed situation on the Paris Convention, the double counting. So in this context, currently in our project, our CO2 advisor, the company Atmosphere, which is probably well known, the atmosphere experts have a conversation with the so-called designation, the national authority, with the energy ministry, in order to clarify the question of double counting. And we are only a small player on the market, but the problem is that it could concern us when the Tanzanian government says, okay, the green good utilization, the bio-waste utilization in the area of Dar es Salaam is part of our national determined goals. We will have a problem with this. So on the other hand, what the city of Hamburg is doing, it's a voluntary compensation. They are obliged by law, but at the end of the day, it's voluntary. So they are not subject to any system, to any legislative system here. So it will be solved, definitely. And we have a solution at the end of the presentation. And it was pointed out to me to come to an end in our round of questions. This is our last question for today, and I would like to close this round because we would like to start our lunch break, which there's a tasty, delicious buffet, and we will be here at 2 o'clock here in the hall again. Okay, thank you very much for your attention, and enjoy your meal. Ja, bin da. Ich komme auch essen, ja?
Das ist der wichtigste Punkt des Tages.
Sag das nicht, du. Das war in meine Kabine. Wo ist denn eigentlich mein?
Oh, hier liegt schon Obstwein in der Kabine. Es war ja auch geil, dass sie das Mikrofon offen hatten hinten, ne? Und diese Privatgespräche teilweise. So
Ja.
Das
Ja.
ist auch schön.
Du jetzt. Mach. Sieht denn dein Mann typisch aus für einen Kubaner? Sieht denn dein Mann typisch aus? Sieht er typisch kubanisch aus, dein Mann? Maria? Ja. Ja, genau. Ich war noch nie in Kuba, aber ich kenne viele Kubaner. In Leipzig habe ich einige kennengelernt. Und ach. Wie heißt denn der? Wie heißt denn der, Maria? Also wenn ihr mal Kinder habt, das wären bestimmt sehr hübsche Kinder. Ja? Schnuckelig, ja? Also halt dich ran. Ja, siehst du, ich tue alles, um mein Teint sozusagen etwas gern Sonne zu richten und andere, was weiß ich, ja. Hm. Also Würde ich aus Kuba kommen, ich würde die Sonne vermissen. Ich vermisse so auch und ich komme nicht aus Kuba. Insofern kann ich das nachvollziehen.
Ja, ich würde mich freuen, wenn wir jetzt gemeinsam hier den letzten.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to our last panel discussion. So that's the last session of our meeting. Let me invite all the colleagues to come in and take a seat. Everyone had the possibility to gain some new strength and motivation during lunch. And now we have gathered with our experts on the panel in order to start a dialogue on our conference topic, namely how to tackle the further challenges in our sector and with which success criteria will we be able to treat organic waste in an environmentally friendly and resource-saving way. we're gonna go through the topics of training, vocational training, legal frameworks, treatment capacities, economic efficiency and financing, and the additional factor, which is communication and cooperation with the local population. These will be the topics. Professor Dr. Christina Dornack, you have the first word as the pro-dean, sorry, at the Technical University at Dresden as the director of the Institute for Waste and Circular Economy. You're also a member of the constant professional committee of the German Parliament on environmental matters. And you will be talking about education and training on decision makers. Thank you very much for these wonderful introducing words. Let me start with a short statement. Yes, in fact, vocational training or additional training and education is our core business at universities. So what do we do in threshold and developmental countries? We do know that on the one hand, we do have a waste problem because waste volumes grow, and we have a resource problem because resources decrease. Therefore, the forecasted development for the next years, for instance, for 2060, we'll see this in Southeast Asia, the volumes of waste will increase double, or they will double. In South Africa, we'll have a triple volume of the current one. Therefore, we have to ask ourselves, how is waste actually collected and monitored, and where? So we see that we see a clear dependency between the GDP that is connected to the quality and the amount of waste collection. So in high income states with a high economic standard almost show a 100% waste collection in urban areas, and in rural areas over 90%. In low-income countries, urban areas collect a maximum of 50% of their waste, and in rural areas we see 1/3. And all of this waste is going into the environment, of course. So comparing the low and high income countries, then we see that low income countries still put their waste on wild landfills. And unfortunately, there is a lot to do. So what can be our task or our mission as scientists and scholars that should not only generate knowledge but also distribute it? So what is the reason? Of course, number one is low-income countries lack money, but there are no economic structures in place either. So there need to be prepared or established economic structures to fund or finance waste collection. Number two is that engineers and project partners from industrial countries that had enough time and money to approach that topic, one should be able to get them together and communicate with them in a clear, unambiguous way. So we have to set goals, what we want to achieve. And we need funds, we need common project with the GIZ, for instance, but the plants have to be run in the respective countries, and they have to be repairable in these countries, because if they stop working, of course, we cannot export them. They have to stay where they are and be repaired. And we need the respective data. So we need a database, basically, for the processing of waste. We can estimate a lot. The RETech country reports are great that you've presented here. They are an important basis for our upcoming work. And these countries also lack knowledge to develop sustainably without making all the mistakes that we made as industrial countries. That means that we have identified a lot of errors, we've corrected them, we have reacted to them, and these errors should not be, or these mistakes should not be repeated. I could give you a lot of examples. but I think that you are creative enough, and our event documents or conference documents also contain these examples. So thank you for your attention. Thank you, Ms. Dornack. Dr. Dube, the legal framework and its execution or implementation, is it a challenge or is it a success factor for the implementation of a climate protecting and resource stabilizing waste management? Well, thank you very much. Of course, it is a challenge, but if it works out, it is a success factor at the same time. What is clear is that each country needs good, reliable legal framework conditions. Without those, you can't work. But I believe that in many countries, the issue is not that we are lacking the first level of a legal act, but usually that's not enough. They have to be interpreted, they have to be executed. There has to be a communication between the administrative bodies, about these regulations, how provisions can be applied and standardized. And what is also very important, in my opinion, is that this is not only about the legal acts or legislation on environmental matters. We are also improving our legal framework for environmental matters, but this is about regulations that will somehow stabilize the structures. So municipalities, for instance, or fund distribution to the respective regions and federal states. That has to be kept in mind because threshold and developmental countries still do not show the same level of responsibility for or clearness about responsibility in the respective bodies and authorities. So we need a legal basis, a legal framework also for refinancing concepts. That means fees for waste management or municipality fee collections that would finance or maintain waste management concepts that have to be organized. What is also clear is one thing. Namely, it does not help in these countries to invest generously with extensive financial funds if there is no good, precise, organized refinancing model and a well-maintained institution or well-maintained institutions that will manage the whole waste management process. And one more thing that I would like to add as a remark to Ms. Dorna. The public scope in these countries has to deal with waste management plans, implementation of these plans, etc. They have to create jobs, so positions. And in that moment, when you have the jobs, there is also a lot of vocational training going on, and these jobs are being somehow trained to young people. So that's what we also need, education. Great, so this is the second brick in the wall, so to say, on this way to implementation. The head of the SUDCO and LM group will now give us a piece of his mind on the challenges and success factors in the technical scope. Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, we need to expand capacities. We need two topics. Number one is fermentation and composting plants that are facing the greatest challenge, namely that smaller plants that we also keep running in Germany. We have a lot of compost plants in Germany, and there are plants with a capacity of 80 to 100, 120 annual tons. In China and in the metropolitan areas of this world, we're talking about much larger volumes of waste. So we receive requests for 400,000 annual tons or organic waste treatment per year. And this scaling so that has to be made. That is a challenge for our machine engineering, for our plant construction. This is something that we will have to face and resolve. Leaving biogenic waste by going into the plastic waste, I see the same tendency. However, the treatment of plastic waste requires a lot of technology. a lot of sensor technology that has to be mounted and into the systems. And the correct use of this sensor technology in these big plants to achieve high quality levels that can of the material that then can be cleaned in the respective cleansing plants to receive the higher recyclates and not downcycling effects. This requires the increase of capacities. And this will be possible in metropolitan cities, of course, not only in Europe, but the 5-level model shows that the market is still missing, but also the understanding in the respective countries is still missing. Therefore, the topic of education and additional training, vocational training, is very important. We also try to transfer know-how in order to avoid mistakes that we made in Germany and that made us learn our lessons. We want our foreign friends from other countries to skip these mistakes, because all of these experiences that we made were preceded by a stupid idea. Sometimes it's very difficult to explain that, because if a understanding in these countries is missing. So people just don't want to talk, or we can't talk about the problems that we used to have, because people will just stop buying my plants or my system. However, this is our experience from Germany, so we can't transfer it on the one hand, because we don't want to talk about the bad news from the past. But the customer does not understand, at the other hand, why our systems are that effort requiring. So know-how transfer works out thanks to people that travel to these countries, start with bilateral discussions about problems that we used to have, and why nowadays these technologies that we have been chosen to, well, avoid issues from the past. And for the future, this is one of the biggest topic when it comes to increasing capacities that we have to establish. The next important factor and field of action is funding the preceding or the previous measures and also economic modalities to become cost efficient. So we're gonna listen to Mr. Severin, and he's been working for the IFA Institute, and he also, Mr. Dornbusch, also has a lot of experience in sewage, water, and waste management structures. I'm sure that your experiences and also your participation in a lot of pan-European, trans-European tenders, you've had a deep insight into these structures, and you'll also know what the execution or implementation framework is and which competent people are placed in the authorities that initiate the tenders in the end, and then technological requirements are being included in the tenders, and now your part is to show the challenges in order to come up with a good funding solution. Well, hello. Good afternoon. I've made the experience that when it comes to cost efficiency and funding, when it comes to the collection and processing of biogenic waste, different things play a role at different levels. So we have collection, transport, retransfer, and treatment of the waste. Each of these levels is connected to different cost components, which is personnel, vehicles, containers, system technology. But individual costs, many times or most of the times, are not known to the municipalities and communities as such. Therefore, an economic view can only be very objective when people understand the structure of the costs that we have to explain in order to build a basis for cost efficiency. Cost efficiency, that's what we heard several times today. are also connected to the potential of these the biowaste, or the expectable quality of the biowaste. So the quality from urban structures is different than the quality of waste from rural areas. So this has to be taken into account as well. It doesn't really make sense if you don't have a potential, but you're putting up a huge plant with a lot of containers and vehicles, if the potential is missing in the end. So this has to be a functioning, well-working chain from the collection to the treatment. And based on my experience, I can tell you that takes a long time. And we in Germany learned that, so you have to do that step by step and create all the prerequisites or preconditions to achieve it. And we need multipliers of knowledge. So we have to train people with know-how. They have to be at hand in order to understand which parameters they can change or adapt in order to make things more cost effective, and they have to be able to transfer that know-how. Based on different research projects that we conducted, we saw that we can save on costs when we treat bio-waste compared to the classic household waste collection. However, it turned out that this whole chain has to be taken into account, and also taking into account the qualities and the quantities of that waste. Funding or financing of waste management is another point. In Germany, we pay this via a fee system. Biogenic waste, separate collection of biogenic waste is based on fees. So sometimes we have an overall lump sum fee. Sometimes we have separate fees for bio-waste. Sometimes there is even the obligation to use a bio-waste bin in your household. So this is the situation in Germany. Abroad, we've made the experience that long-term financing models for the implementation of this long-term treatment of bio-waste is tricky because there is no money, or people are not ready to invest into the components, for instance, in vehicles or containers. Therefore, funding projects are being put in place that somehow finance certain components, for instance, just the vehicles or just the containers, but sometimes this is just a pushing funding, and there is no sustainable funding plan or structure in place for the long-term development. This is somehow due to the fact that sustainable funding is not based on any legal framework, so there is a lack of funding model structures as a legal basis. So somehow settlement, like financial settlement with the citizens, is actually made on the basis of other household costs, and this is taken as a basis for the settlement. When waste separation is implemented and a funding model with the respective basis has been implemented, it is still important to create incentives respectively so that bio-waste will in fact be separated or collected separately. We heard that several times today, that there is a pay-as-you-throw model could be a good motivation to make people to motivate people to separate their waste. And when it comes to financing models and their structure, we often lack legal possibilities. They would be important for these incentive or funding models. So usually there is no lever, no fee or legal fee lever that could be pulled. From our point of view, we can say that cost efficiency and funding of the bio-waste management is facing the following challenges. First of all, initiated funds are not being continued sustainably. There are no incentives for funding. Some projects only somehow are directed on parts of the waste treatment, so only the collection, for instance, so without taking the whole chain into account, nor the potential or the quality. And we are lacking people, so knowledge multipliers that have to be trained and that on the long term have to be held and maintained in order to ensure the cost efficiency and also to be able to turn parameters. That's it from my side. Thank you. Mr. Evering, thank you very much. Another question to you, Miss Pegels. Since 2007, you've been dealing with economic development and transformation to ecological sustainability with the factor of the human being, of the human resource. So looking at developmental policy, this is part of your work. You already mentioned one thing in your contribution or in your remark in the conference that human beings and communication are a very important brick in the wall. They're a challenge, but also a success factor when it comes to changes and the development in a biogenic waste management. We've heard which other bricks in the wall are necessary for a successful waste management, but what about the human factor in that context? Well, thank you very much. The human factor usually is a central factor when we cannot when we're not successful with the technology anymore. For instance, when technology is not available, it's not financeable, maybe capacities on site are not available to run that technology, to maintain it, to repair it. So that is a situation that we have quite often. And what we see is that people and human behavior are a central factor in the system. And now the question is, how do we deal with such a situation? Well, we are cooperating with practical partners. That means with municipalities, with waste service providers who are trying to somehow collect that waste, and on a basis of psychological research studies or social psychology, cognitive sciences research studies, we're trying to give input to these practical partners in order to tell them how they ideally could design that system from the very beginning to influence the behavior of people, to make it as predictable and as easy and attractive as possible. And very often we notice that the situation in situ shows that the system is existent, but it doesn't work because people don't adapt. And we try to adapt people to the system, but actually we try to convey the message that from the very beginning we should adapt the system to people's behavior. Then we'll try to offer advice and counseling via good communication or changes in the parameters in the system to make things fit together again. When it comes to behaviorism or behavioral studies, we can derive or conclude some kind of manners or basic behavior rules for such a system. There are no-brainers. Number one is make it as easy as possible. That means if we have complex material categories which require people to graduate in a study program to understand how to separate the waste, this will not work out. So the more complex a system is, the more people we lose. And we want to get as many people into the system as we can. So as easy as possible, as intuitively comprehensible as possible, because people do not want to deal with waste. Our priority list, on our priority list, this is one of the lowest ranks. For us, it's our job, so to us, waste is an interesting thing, but to the average person, it isn't. And second, everything should be comfortable. So ideally, we should pick up the stuff that we want to have from people. Mr. Weissenbacher said that, I think, in his presentation, that a quarter of biomass is in fact transported by people 1.5 kilometers to the next collection center. And I thought, what? 1/4 of bio-waste? People are doing that. I would never ever do that. And this is my job, actually. So this is my favorite topic of expertise. So I was surprised. So let me summarize that the more comfortable waste management is, the more people join it. You would be surprised how often this general rule is violated in the design of new systems. So the rules, especially when waste is collected, how often it is collected, where it is collected, and so on. Second rule is it has to become attractive. So that means people do have to develop the wish to contribute, to participate. For instance, by incentives, by potential savings, or the understanding that waste fees are lower when they separate waste correctly. So money is a good argument. But in many projects, we cannot rely on that because fees are a political issue. So implementation or change of fees makes people protest. So we have to check for or look for non-monetary incentives. So how do we motivate people if they don't get any money for it? How do we just convince them that this is something good to do? Then depending on the context, we just have to understand how people work, how people's minds work. We should tell them that we have one globe. People are doing something for the future of their kids. This is also a good argument. Or kids are being educated at school and then get back home as a multiplier, asking their parents, why don't we separate our waste, mom? So then, you see, we're trying to give people a good feeling when they contribute to that system or participate in waste management. Another important factor is trust. Many times in my conversations with family and friends, I tend to hear that people separate their waste more or less well because they just don't know how, or waste is somehow mixed up again afterwards. And that means for me that people have to have the trust that their behavior really is making a change. It makes a difference. Last point, people are social beings. We can make use of that in our communication. Comparison among neighborhoods, for instance. You could say, you are quite good in waste separation, but your neighbors are better. So that could be some kind of motivational factor to make people do a bit more effort. Or tell them, listen, the people you are looking up to are the ones who separate their waste respectively. Or show your neighbors that your home is a clean one. So these are social drivers to which we tend to react. But you have to know the context. Which social drivers, for instance, are motivational for a respective group of people? To me, I believe it is important, and it would make sense for the entire system, that we do that. We make that effort to try to understand people because we're asking a lot of them. Waste is something that is repelling people. It is something that is just yikes, it has a bad smell, it starts fermenting, then it also attracts insects and little animals, and we expect people to deal with that. And therefore, we'll have to do the extra mile to design the system in a way that motivates people to participate in it. And we have to understand people in every single situation and understand their minds in every single situation. It's an investment, but it pays off. Thank you very much, Ms. Fiegels. This actually somehow closes our circle. I used to have one first question for the first 4 participants. Let me start with Ms. Dornack. when it comes to education and training on circularity or recycling circles, do you have any kind of educational package for this informational campaign? Something like that? And Ms. Dube, do you also have something like that when you are designing legal frameworks? That's a beautiful question. Well, our education and training is adjusted. We are a dynamic field of expertise. We try to add additional insights every year to our educational curriculum in order to train people every year. So we want to raise awareness. That means how do we make people participate and commit? Then, of course, economy or environmental change is a driver. We can do a lot here. So 90% of the waste is, well, somehow disposed in a way that still leads to a lot of methane emissions. And besides all the technical stuff that we really know a lot about, we need to raise awareness. We have to make people participate and be active on site. So that means everything that we've implemented, we can't just impose on people, but we have to cooperate with people. They have other ethnical issues, religious issues play a role, etc. So I just wanted to support your statement. Let me continue. Yes, of course, we react on it. And we do a waste management planning by taking into account or looking at the relationship between waste producers and those who want to regulate waste treatment. But as I said yesterday during my presentation, we have to take the context into account. So our reality changes. The topic of neighborhoods is something that you beautifully described, but neighborhoods change in their structure due to different reasons. And we need interdisciplinary approaches here. So it is not a solution to say waste management has to do everything. I think that urban planners are also at stake. Sociologists have to act. Politicians and policymakers should do something. Housing economy has to react. That it means the new social context in which we're living or in which people in other countries live have to be included, have to be motivated, have to be put under pressure. As I said, everything is becoming more and more complex, and we need great interdisciplinary approaches. Michael, how can we do it as easy as possible from the point of a technician or a technology expert? Claudia, good question. I don't have any answer. I'm focusing on the technology, in fact, and I don't deal with the public and the social factors. This is very complex, in my opinion. Therefore, I focus on the simple, maybe also complex stuff, but to me, simple, namely the technical side. Because I don't understand the rest. Then I say, well, let's put up 3 to 4 waste containers. This is easy in my opinion, and then we'll use technology in order to take the burden off of people's shoulders and rather push it into the technical direction, because these things are rather based on natural laws. This is something that I can influence even easier. So I'm the technical guy, and my approach is let's invest in technology. We can develop it, we can redesign it. Society is changing all the time and developing all the time, but if I have something, if that functions, soon it won't, because society changes so quickly. This is okay, but technology has longer life cycles. Thank God. So I don't have any approach for you from my side. But that was a good answer. Thank you. Is that a brick on the wall in your world? Awareness raising, acceptance among citizens and your tenders, and also how do you design waste management plans? Well, in tenders, that's not directly an argument or a point, but in the structures and funding models or fee models, this is always an important topic, or it always plays an important role, because people have to understand why they're supposed to pay higher fees, or why avoiding waste production makes them save money and reduce costs. So you may enter a lot by entering through the wallet of people. So you can change a lot through a wallet. But that's an important point. I want to emphasize that we have to explain this to people. And as you said, the easier you're explaining it, the more you do. That means the more you collect at the households, the more containers or bins you place in front of the households, the better, but the more expensive it gets. So you'll see it in the costs in the end. Nevertheless, this is an important thing that we have to balance out. We need to find an equilibrium. So it's an equilibrium between explaining and awareness raising, putting up incentives, but also on the other side, we have to keep an equilibrium with costs that cannot become too high, because then we'll lose acceptance. Do you want to add one more thing, Miss Pegels? Yes, Mr. Evering and Mr. Ludden. Let me give you one remark. My credo is not that we'll just force the system to be totally adapted to people's need, no matter what it costs, no matter the cost. A good system should take into account which components we need in the as to change the behavior of people, and which components do we need from the technology side to get an optimally functioning system. And we should also clarify in which sector or in which area the change of humans' behavior is necessary and where it would have an effect or where it wouldn't. Let me tell you that sometimes it's not that difficult. I have a lot of sympathy for technical solutions, but sometimes it's not that difficult. As you said, we just have to talk to people. Yes, you're nodding your head. I sometimes wonder how rarely we talk to people and identify the real problem. We used to have a project in Argentina, for instance, and after a lot of conversations with the people, we realized that people have a respective day when they have to put out their recycled materials in front of their door because that was collection day. However, they didn't know which collection day it was. They didn't know the date. Sometimes it's that trivial. And so we just informed them via a little leaflet in their letterbox that said, well, by the way, it's Thursday. So the percentage of the households that did that correctly just doubled via one single letter. So it really pays off. You're absolutely right. As a co-designer of the five-step model, we've emphasized that issue. So society is important, but if society doesn't contribute and participate and doesn't want it, we do not need to install any technology, but it's not going to work. It's not going to run. Society has to be included. This is crucial. Without people, this is impossible. But I'm just saying that this area is very difficult, and as I don't know anything about that, I'm focusing on the other part. But yes, we have to communicate. This is one of the most important areas. We have to work on it. But I myself focus on technology. And Mr. Evering, concerning your topic, well, waste management fees. They were discussed yesterday, as you might recall. And I think that the problem with waste management fees are not the people, not the citizens, at least not in Germany. Because at the moment, citizens are okay with paying an additional 5 to 10 euro annually for waste management. People who don't want that are politicians, people from the municipalities who will be published in the press, in the newspapers, and the press will just haunt them for this price increase. Therefore, I think that a high level of acceptance should be achieved here. So waste management fees should be adapted or adjusted every year, every 2 years, or every 3 years. But that costs increase by 1, 2, or 3% is totally normal. We know that from a lot of things in our real life. Only waste management fees cannot be increased in Germany somehow. This is something that I don't understand. And there is no pressure. If a politician has a problem with that fee, then this is the politician's problem, but it's not mine. I don't care. So we should have a closer look on that. There is a transition in society. We're talking about environmental change, climate change, environmental protection, and society has understood which important role waste management could play. We have a lot of influencing factors that can make a change, and if this is about 5 to 10 euro extra, this is not a problem. And threshold countries or development countries, that might be a different issue, and we have to think about redistribution of costs because people have other problems there and money is missing in these countries. But in Germany, 10 additional euro per year is not a problem. Ah.
Thank you very much. Michael, you went into this direction in which my question is directed to. Here in Germany, since decades, we are talking about waste management, and there were times where there were surveys where the population answered the most important contribution is separation of waste. It's a long time ago, but I still see it before my eyes. So I would like to go back into the countries which are in the focus of our conference, in which we bring and invest know-how, technology, clearly with the target to make a contribution to climate protection. And I ask myself within this context, and this goes into your direction, Mrs. Pegelt, but it concerns everybody here in the podium. Basically, we have the situation that people throw the waste away. They don't pay money for it. They don't have any charge system, like lump sum charge systems. I pay for the fact that my waste is being collected. To a certain extent, this may exist, but there's a problem. How do I finance my waste management under climate protection aspects and under certain aspects very comfortably? Not adapting the technology to the human beings, but the human beings to technology. What can I achieve by means of laws, by means of enforcement, by means of execution? Enforcement of laws is a pressure. You can put somebody under pressure. I don't do it by my own conviction. I do it because something will happen otherwise. So how can I tackle the topic? I would like to know this from your development political experience, because we all know that technologies can be integrated technically. We have a broad range, and we know how the invitation of tender works, and also in the EU context. But what happens in the countries which in the worldwide exist in majority? How, according to your experience, can we integrate the factor of human beings? Which value added has a human being who can throw away his waste at certain times or delivering things at certain times? Which system can you imagine in this context? I would say you could reply directly. We have other two statements, I've realized. Okay, I would say if we talk about partner countries, also in the cooperation, the German Economic Cooperation. On the one hand, of course, there are more challenges because maybe a certain awareness is not existing. Frequently, I see a very high awareness of environmental issues. So when I work in these partner countries, you cannot say basically they don't care about it. It's not true. So this is maybe an idea which we have in our head, but basically there is a willingness of the people to make a contribution, but there is the lack of capability because the infrastructure does not exist. This is the first thing. And the second, we not only meet stronger challenges, but we have different opportunities to find solutions here. And very frequently we realize that the informal sector, the human beings who are working in the recycling field informally or semi-formally, that they play a very important role and that many activities are in operation, like repair works, second-hand markets, and that it's anchored very strong in our society because resources are saved here. And we need to focus which are the conditions as far as challenges are concerned, or the specific opportunities, the solution opportunities in the partner countries, and of course finding solutions which are adapted. Thank you. The next question. Could you please close the doors? It's a little bit fresh here.
Of the transfer of German experience to developing countries. We are here talking about an area, we are talking about an area which is in developing countries at the moment much more in the non-organized sector than in the organized sector. And that is, of course, the first point where most of you perhaps are interacting with the organized sector when you go to do a recycling project in developed countries. In my experience, many of the people in the organized sector in countries like India perhaps know just a little bit more than what is happening in the villages and the small peri-urban areas than we do. So the transfer of technology that has to take place has also to be looked at from the point of view of the total problem of a country and the question about the size. I have had discussions. In my experience, I have been involved in doing technology transfer of a 500 megawatt power station. No problem there. I'm talking to people who are on the same wavelength. They have the same type of experience. It was absolutely fabulous. But when I started working on a 100 kilowatt power station for a village, not one German technology transfer was effective. It didn't work. So the question on the technology transfer is that the design, how much these designs should be adapted to the local conditions. What is the economics? I can make a 2 ton per hour unit effective under the Indian conditions. For that, you need a 20 ton or a 30 ton unit in. So the question of optimization of costs, of the application to operation and maintenance, of the involvement of the present people who are involved in this sector needs to be done jointly with the experience in those countries. And so I will just say that the importance of technology transfer on the technology and on the non-technology sector in the preparation of the projects, in the planning of the projects. At all these stages, they should have to be followed in a different way than the German experience in the conventional technology transfer area. Please be careful. This area of resource recycling, there are millions more people employed in this sector in our countries than they are anywhere else. And you can, of course, ignore them, as they are being ignored today. But that's not a sustainable way of development. Thank you very much.
from the technological point of view, not as in terms of collection or in the compost sector or in the biogenic processing, but in the plastic processing, the core of plastic processing are infrared sensors, which are very expensive, and this is the only option to sort out plastics, propylene, to separate them, and only then we are in the field, in the position to process them in order to generate recyclates. And this is only possible if we have corresponding input amounts. So in the field of plastic processing, small scale plastic sorting plant is in no case directed to any target. In the field of composting, you can build up small compost systems in your garden, for example, and if you have time and patience, you will have a result. But I like to motivate people here. I like to have a look into the countries, but certain processing technologies need input amounts, and if they don't exist, technology is not effective and not efficient and cannot be operated. So I think you need to consider this. You need to consider this in a differentiated way. And if we talk about the plastic processing, it's not working. It's not feasible. Supplement this in our 5-stage plan. You are describing the scene of the developed and the 5-stage of waste management economy. And we all know from 25 years experience in our corporation, we all know the beginning and we all know that's a transitional process and not a scale up. Both plays a role in the end, and we need to view the conditions. We need to observe the conditions on the spot. Ich möchte
Speak in English, is it better?
No problem. I understand German. I don't want to listen you to listen to my own German.
Okay. Ja, ich glaube, wir müssen uns alle.
I think we need to be aware. The RETech is an association of medium-sized companies. So what can Germany, what can medium-sized companies, what can they contribute, what can they offer in a country like India in situations which you correctly described? So we here in Germany, what we can do and what we attempted to do, I've been working in India for quite a few years. The Indian government on different federal levels, state levels, municipal levels to support them, to build up the right instruments, the right tools which take care or which provide good adapted to the villages, to urban sites, to find local solutions which can be different from federal states in the different states in India. I just want to mention one example. There's a national urban sanitation policy. It's a wonderful work with clearly defined standards, planning standards for the individual states, sanitation strategies, where exactly this is happening, what you are describing, locally adapted, standardized solutions for overnight urbanization as it is offered in India everywhere, so in order to avoid slums. And from my point of view, this is the right way. We need to try it. It should not be done by the medium-sized sector, but we need to find a good planning, good adaptation of plannings and implementation of good projects. And then the colleagues can integrate, they can interplay. And this translational work, it needs to be done by the Indian government. And that's often the problem. I don't get tired to emphasize that also for the land governments, in the city administrations, in the municipal administrations, and at federal government level, institutions need to be built up. Qualified people need to be employed, and to do this transfer work, to implement it, and then we have a good match. Thank you very much. Thank you for the great contributions to which I could listen. I just wanted to say one thing, Mrs. Pegels. You really tell the right thing here. We have basic problems in the system itself. I would like to say, what does it mean specifically? We have a waste product which we try to separate, which we have been trying to separate. There are recycling materials which can be used. It's a recyclable material because it has a value to protect the environment. If I have heard 60 euro per ton in the compost sector, I have a value, a relevant value. So the price is probably more defined by opportunistic cost due to combustion, that I take 10 euro. But in the end, it's a recyclable material. And we don't define the word adequately. A warm feeling, I create a recyclable material. But on the contrary, we say the citizen, you need to give us recyclables and we will punish you, pay as you throw. So this is a punishment. And basically, you need to see that the citizen is reacting on the one hand on being fair treatment, given a fair treatment, the usual fund system. So we are in front of the Edeka or the Rewe, and then there is somebody with the IKEA bag with the Red Bull tins using automates, dispensables, in order to spend €1.20 for this. And we are given a treat that we bring back certain objects. What do we do? I need to pay a charge for the bioton. So I don't know, what do I pay for the yellow ton, for the blue ton, and why? Because the second biggest systematic mistake is we don't talk with the people from which we want something. Nobody in this room was privately addressed by any waste disposal management or waste disposal company. Nobody communicated to these companies. Nobody is motivated. Nobody is honored due to his performances. The only customer are the statutes. The statutes. I act according to statutes, and there is a provision which needs to be fulfilled. And then there is a subject of comfort. Stefan was talking about it. I take my mobile phone, I order a pizza, I book my vacation, but the disposal services is only there on Tuesday. I don't have any comfort if I'm at home or not. So what does it mean, comfort for the citizens? Can you see why are the citizen buying an espresso? Because it's comfortable, and they pay a 1 kilogram coffee for €7.99. So I need to pay for having a comfort life. I buy at Amazon because it's easy. I get the entire quotation, and I was before that I was scanned, but it's okay. It's easy. It's nice and easy, and I will serve at any other companies. So what do we offer? What do we make to make it comfortable for people? We give more obligations. You have to do this, punishment into the systems. So I would be interested with which component can we convince the citizens that he gives us the raw materials, the recyclables. This is the core question. And we are talking about technology where we try which we could not communicate to the citizens, maybe where we gave an incentive. When I think we have a certain system here with which pay as you throw, and the heavy substances, they are very expensive, and I give him a yellow ton without any charges for lightweight materials. I know where the heavy material go, so I do control structuring measures here, which are a little bit schizophrenic, I think. So here the question is, how can I reach the citizen to make the system adequately from the beginning? I talk to the people who are generating, and then I assign the system to this trend, to this tendency. So today I assign the system to mistakes, to defects, and I found it interesting at the beginning of your presentation. Which component is it? Is it the service? Is it the treat? Is it the good feeling? Can I really reach a charge? And your charge is so high if you bring everything into the residual waste system, and you will get everything like a pledge system, a reduction of money you need to pay because you give me your recycles, you give me your raw materials. That's a very positive approach. We are thinking of how expensive is it. The biological ton is expensive, so we need to tackle different ways of thinking here. Okay, that's true, definitely, and so we are very close in this. And the factor of fairness, which you are mentioning, is quite interesting because the people, most of the people, they have intrinsic motivation to be part of the system. So our mentality for most of the people is quite deep. People want to make their contributions, but only if they have the feeling if they are treated fair. So if there is the idea of, okay, I will be maybe punished, or they are cheating or whatever, it's a catastrophe. And the second factor is comfort, the comfort system. How comfort can we make it for the people without exploding the system? And what is another step into a better comfort life? So the biological ton is in front of my house, and it's very comfortable to go there, to throw away my objects, and then I get rid of it. And if I request somebody using a QR code, if the ton is full, it is a step into a more uncomfortable situation, the on-demand situation. The ton is always there in front of my house. Never mind when. So my demand is to dispose of my waste into this ton. So we need to think, what is the comfort situation here for the citizen? And I still had a third point. Maybe I will get into it later. I didn't want to say anything about the comfort situation, but as far as incentives are concerned, so we are discussing in our ministry, for example, when we talk about resource efficiency, we all know that there are certain seldom earth metals, very valuable metals, and you can also convert it in CO2 values, and you can do it with waste, with recyclables, with materials. You can also contribute or sign to each citizen saying thank you for a certain amount of saved CO2 equivalent. Maybe this is an approach. Many people probably have not really absolutely comprehended this aspect. So the contribution to climate protection, we all know it, but it's not really, it's not an inherent feeling of the people. So this, I think it's a good incentive instrument, not only the credits and the points to shop something into any stores, but to create a unit per emptying of a 120-liter biological ton. You contribute 500 kilograms CO2 saving, and the transparency, to make it transparent to the citizens, to communicate it. This could be a good incentive. So the third point, I think we need to ask ourselves, did we think in all directions? Because if I talk about my personal experiences, the separation of biological waste, I started sometimes and then I give it up again because I produce relatively little biological waste and it starts to rot. And I should not use a plastic bag because there is mud, and this is nasty, this is disgusting. So for these barriers which exist, to offer solutions, it does not have to be that for each household a small plastic bucket is being made available or special container. It can be that creative solutions are offered which the human beings are implementing themselves, but you need to communicate these solutions. You need to say, okay, think about it. You can do it like this or that. And for this, basically, you need to talk with the people and you need to ask them, what's the problem? You want to do it? And where's the problem? And sometimes these are not charges which are so relevant. I personally don't know for what I pay my charges individually. I probably will not realize it when something is changing here. So we need to ask ourselves, do we really tackle the crucial problems here? And this is a great question, I think. In order to go back to the audience, are there any further questions or remarks or contributions? I just wanted to share an experience in Berlin with the catering business. We are talking about conviction work here as far as the residues, the food residues are concerned. And we were considering that the catering manager, because you can calculate what there is in the food residual ton, the fermentation of CO2 in these tons, that there is a certain standard, an annual standard, which is annually implemented and displayed in the window, for example, so the basic idea is right, but the one who has most of the restaurant residues, who is cooking a lot, and the portions are too big, and has a lot of waste, that he would be the winner. So this is counterproductive, because the one should win who has little residues. So I mean, if he peels a cucumber, for example, and he needs to do something with his peel and with these residues. So the one who has only little waste, should save the smallest CO2 equivalent, but only produces little residues. And you need to be very careful as far as this incentive landscape is concerned. So not the one should win who has the most residues here in restaurant. So the economic incentive, of course, remains to produce little exceeding materials and little waste, because it's possible in these situations that for to calculate it for the menus for the catering situation. It shouldn't be too complicated. This is the task. It's a very, but the advertisement is saved CO2 per plate on the table. That's the slogan. Per square meters in the catering business, to have a certain relation here. Are there any further statements? Britta Peters from the Urban Purification Municipal Company in Hamburg. I would like to say something. We talked with our citizens last year, 1920, within a research project supported in the EU in a huge residential settlement from the 60s, 70s. With these typical problems, we were confronted with a high unemployment rate, high migration share. We tried to find out at more than 100 households. Some opened the doors. We talked with different people, with different family members here, and we were talking about the separation of biological waste to see what is the starting position here. And one of the basic problems was that many people said, biological waste, I do not purchase any biological products. So when using the terms, they had different associations. So we explained what does it exactly mean, bio-waste. And then we realized that many people, the one who opened the doors, they have a certain willingness to be open-minded. We did it together with the social housing, with a housing company. But they were never thinking about this. They were never thinking about these principles. And within the project, we initiated a lot of measures with the citizens. These were EU supportive money. There were a lot of employees involved. We distributed the biological bags. We talked with the with the facility managers. We did a competition here with this approach. How can we motivate the people? So we were giving away cinema tickets, and it was a little bit limited. It was in the midst of the pandemic situation. But then we had the tents and were in front of the houses, and we said, come to us, give us your biological waste. And we were very friendly, telling them what belongs into it and what not. And this implied that the amounts increased. Our paper bags, which we gave away cost-free, were used, so we could really take up the housing companies. We were coping with this subject. It was an attempt. but it was very personal intensive, and to do this comprehensively and also to tailor this to the districts, it's not so easy. Are there any other statements? I just look into the round, and I would like to know if some of the experts want to make a contribution or any statement. Last not least, we would like to give this stage to Armin Vogel. So I wrote down some things. It's difficult for me to read sometimes. So please, I would like to do it very spontaneously. Thank you very much for this splendid discussion we could listen to. It gave us some stimuli, some new ideas, and I think it's probably worthwhile thinking about it if one of the next conferences goes into this direction, that we think about the integration of citizens and not talking only about our own projects and where we build up systems which we need to explain and maybe going into the wrong direction and then technically catching up with it. So it would be a very interesting subject, and also in the management board we will discuss it. What will be our next subject here, which we take up for our conference. So where we generate this, most of the goals can be achieved if we understand what the producer wants, what the producer is doing, and on what things he is reacting. So maybe we can start here, and we have the chance to do a lot of good things in our sector. So let's get back to the conference which we held today and yesterday. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to all of you who were participating, not only on the podium, but also from the audience. Thank you very much for the great presentations, for your commitment, for your interest. I think it was a very nice atmosphere in which we could take up a lot of information, a lot of input, thinking about future developments and daily jobs, implementation of our works and projects in the future. So we could see how high the relevance is, the relevance of biogenic materials, the impacts on the environment, and everybody knew, and we really strengthened this and reinforced this in the last 2 days, which high value the consideration of this fraction has for the climate protection. And we also could see that this problem definitely has been recognized. For me, it was nice to see how the European Union within the framework of the Green Deal clearly reacted to it with quotas which need to be fulfilled, with the standard of separated segregation and collection, and we need to have a closer look at the prohibition of landfilling sites. How is this prohibition realized? Because we have a lot of declarations of intentions and regulations and papers. If it's not implemented in national law, if there's not the possibility to convert it into national law, because the financial and technical prerequisites are lacking, so the papers are not worth the value on which they are written. So we need to think about this. We need to think with which systems these developments can be supported. And especially when we saw that in Glasgow, the subject of methane is really a top priority matter. We as a disposal management economy need to say we can make a great contribution to adapt and adopt means that we immediately can realize the targets and objectives. So nobody needs to do without anything. If I hear the CO2 discussion when emerging markets said you as an industrialized country did a lot for the heating, the global heating, and you want to decline our gross with the prohibition of landfilling sites, I don't really decline any gross. It's just the opposite. I create new economies, new circular economy industries, and this is a great chance without any huge discussion, without any dispute, to be very rapid here, to reach a lot, because the landfilling sites are the third biggest emitters of CO2, and we could see that the regulations as far as targets and objectives is concerned is characterized by the fact that the prohibition of landfilling prohibition as far as methane production is concerned made a great contribution, and everybody has realized that we have a subject where we should be committed every day on a daily basis to explain that we make a contribution which should be implemented very rapidly and which should be realized in a way that we do not decline any economic services or economic progresses. We could also see that there are a lot of regional solutions. We had impressive contributions in the individual regions, in the individual districts. We could see that a lot of models are working, and we have a good overview of technical options. And we need, of course, to think about how can we simplify the subject in the description. This means we need to generate solution clusters. It has become very clear to each of you, it's not a regional subject, but it is a subject with which materials, with which components do I work, with which climate conditions do I have to cope, and which financial means do I have to do certain things here. So if I fulfill this basic requirement, I think of the 5-stage model. If I am at a certain stage with my biological waste in financing and in the social anchoring of the consciousness, what is going to happen with the financial means, with the political will to design the future, everything plays a big role here, and it will lead to the fact that certain solution clusters are very paramount. So which solution stage here in the future is the right one? And we as RETech, we are really motivated to commit ourselves and to integrate certain structures, and what we were talking about in the member meeting yesterday. So we strongly orient ourselves to the material flows and not so much to the regions, because the regions are so comprehensive that you cannot create a uniform, a standardized solution. So a substance solution in its orientation is very important, and that we have an interface by a matrix and financing, laying them over the regions, being very comprehensive here as far as regions and districts are concerned for the individual substance flows, which are the priority aim here. We are not asked what is a certain district doing or a region doing. We are asked, what do I do with the biological waste, with the electronic waste, with textiles and so on. So what I do with my waste, basically. So we should orient ourselves on the substances, on the and create certain models here. And if there are certain basic approaches, independent or regardless of the individual regions and divisions, this is a takeaway for me personally, and I think that from your circle we will get the one or the other individual who will give us options and opportunities to support us in this way of thinking, in this work and in these projects. And as a matter of fact, we will attempt in the next year to organize a conference, and if from your circle there are some incentives, some motivations or ideas to do this, we would be very happy if you support us and if you give us an input, and we can consult on the management board. So because I think that this format, that on the one hand you try to describe what is going on in the world and to get examples, global examples, and to show what are technical opportunities, and that you are networking very strongly. And everybody enjoyed yesterday evening to talk face to face together with other people, that we should foster this idea, and within this framework of such a valuable conference. Of course, we cannot claim to save the planet and have the paramount solutions, but we can make a contribution successively by networking, by showing solutions, by showing new ideas, generating them in its daily life and implementing them, and also in its professional life. In this sense, I would like to express my thanks for your attendance, for being here, for attending this conference. Unfortunately, Dr. Dube is not here. She's in the Ministry for Environment within the framework of the initiative of environmental technology, making a contribution. And thank you very much for having this conference, for the organization, and also for the Business Scout program from the BMZ, which was sponsored with a lot of commitment, and Micheal with the Biomass Research Center, the technical orientation of the Congress, who made a great contribution. I would like to express thanks to everybody. Without this commitment, it would not have worked. However, especially, and this is not last, not least, but especially, and I would like to do this explicitly, I would like to express my thanks to Karin and her team, because they have the great load to organize it. And this was organized in a very specific way. Everybody felt comfortable, everybody felt familiar, and it was easy. And Karin, this is, this is your effort that it's running so smoothly, and I would like to expressively give my thanks to you. And we have, first of all, we were thinking of a bouquet of flowers, but biomass and flowers, it's a little bit difficult to combine, so we take packaging waste. We would like to express our thanks to you, personally. Something for your soul, for your nerves, and also to the teams. Thank you so much for everything. It was great. Thank you. Have a great weekend and have a nice trip home, and stay healthy. Bye-bye.